ហេតុតែសូមបងប្អូនយើងចងចាំកន្លែងត្រង់នេះហើយប្រជាពលរដ្ឋខ្មែរក៏ដូចជាសហគមន៍អន្តរជាតិបានដឹងច្បាស់ថាថៃជាអ្នកបង្កហេតុឈ្លានពានទឹកដីកម្ពុជា
Amid the deepening dispute, Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Manet called on the UN Security Council to convene an urgent meeting to stop Thailand's aggression. The Thai Foreign Ministry responded, accusing Cambodia of an intentional and premeditated act against Thailand.
The Royal Thai government urges Cambodia to cease its repeated acts which constitute severe violations of international law. Such actions fundamentally contradict the principles of good neighborly relations and good faith, and will further undermine Cambodia's reputation and credibility on the global stage.
Meanwhile, Japan and China voiced concern over the escalating tensions.
重要成员睦邻友好，妥处分歧，符合双方根本和长远利益。我们对当前事态发展深感担忧，希望双方通过对话协商，妥善解决问题。从地区国家的共同利益和诉求出发。
The standoff has been continuing along the border since a May 28 clash, which claimed the life of a Cambodian soldier. Thai officials condemned Cambodia for laying mines in the territory, terming it a contravention of the anti-personnel mine ban treaty between the two countries. The Cambodian forces, however, denied planting mines in the region.
Viewers, blinking under pressure of nationwide protests, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has now submitted a new bill aimed at restoring the independence of the country's anti-corruption agencies. The move comes in the response to growing outrage over his earlier approval of a controversial law that had significantly weakened their autonomy. Now, with public anger mounting, the latest step is seen as an attempt to diffuse tensions and reclaim credibility. Here's a detailed report.
President Volodymyr Zelensky on Thursday submitted a new bill that would restore the independence of Ukraine's anti-corruption agencies. The move followed massive nationwide protests over a new law, which demonstrators said threatened to impair the autonomy of anti-graft watchdogs. Zelensky's move was clearly aimed at diffusing tensions following his earlier approval of the controversial law. The previous bill sparked a public outcry and protests, the first major demonstration since the war began, as well as sharp criticism from the European Union. Zelensky said Parliament would review the new bill, which guarantees real strengthening of Ukraine's law enforcement system, the independence of anti-corruption bodies, and reliable protection of the legal system from any Russian interference.
Вже сьогодні є у Верховній Раді України мій законопроект, те, що обіцяв для справедливості, для правоохоронних і антикорупційних органів, повноцінні гарантії незалежності антикорупційних органів, реальні можливості перевірити, щоб не було жодного російського втручання. Кожен, хто має доступ до державної таємниці. Це не тільки в НАБУ і САП, але й ДБР, наша національна поліція, має пройти перевірки на детекторі брехні. І це мають бути регулярні перевірки.
Ukraine's two main anti-graft agencies, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine and the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, welcomed Zelensky's new bill. The agency said they helped draft the new bill, urging lawmakers to adopt it as soon as possible to prevent threats to ongoing criminal cases.
I'm getting some updates coming in right now, viewers. At least 6 people were reportedly killed and dozens injured in an explosion in northern Syria's Idlib province. There was no official statement on the cause of the blast. UK-based World Monitor Syrian Observatory for Human Rights reported that the explosion took place in an ammunition depot. All 48 passengers and crew on board a passenger plane died after it crashed in Russia's Far East. Russia's Emergency Situation Ministry said earlier that it had found the averting fuselage of the Soviet-designed twin turboprop plane on a hillside south of its planned destination in the town of which was a destination which was around 7,000 kilometers east of Moscow. The probe is on to see what really led to the wreckage being found. China welcomes the latest round of direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine and supports all efforts dedicated to peace in Ukraine. A foreign ministry spokesperson has said that at a press briefing in Beijing on Thursday, Russian and Ukrainian delegations held the third round of direct negotiations in Istanbul. We have taken note that Russia and Ukraine had held a new round of direct talks days ago and reached consensus on humanitarian issues, including exchange of prisoners of war, a spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Office said. 10 people had to be rescued from the water at the Jersey shore after their sailboat reportedly struck a jetty and sank. Beach Patrol said the sailboat's engine stalled and heavy winds pushed the boat against the rocks. Officials say that no one was injured and everyone was pulled safely from the water. Syria and Saudi Arabia announced 47 investment agreements valued at over $6 billion in Damascus, marking a significant step in rebuilding Syria's war-battered economy. Agreements signed at the Syrian Saudi Investment Forum cover a wide range of sectors, including real estate, telecommunication, and finance. The planned projects include housing, reconstruction of war-damaged areas, the development of tourism, medical and entertainment sites, skyscrapers, and 3 new cement factories. And senators from both sides of the aisle are intensifying pressure on U.S. President Trump to release the Epstein files. Lawmakers, including Republicans and Democrats, insist the documents should be made public even if the president's name appears in them. Earlier, President Trump dismissed any claims linking him to the Epstein files as a hoax. Here's a detailed report on the growing bipartisan demand for transparency.
U.S. senators across the aisle set aside their political differences and built pressure on President Donald Trump to release the Epstein files. Both Republican and Democratic senators said the Epstein files should be released even if Trump is directly named in them. On Wednesday, a House subcommittee voted to subpoena the Department of Justice for files in the sex trafficking investigation into Jeffrey Epstein.
There should definitely be a subpoena for those files in the Senate as well as in the House. Obviously, the president was informed that his name appeared multiple times and then denied it. But the fact that he was informed and the decision was made to refuse to release the files smacks of a cover-up. What we're seeing is a cover-up ongoing in real time. The American people deserve better. It's not a matter of congressional prerogative. The American people deserve to see what's in those files.
Now, the Senate is considering following suit. Democratic leaders are hoping to make the issue about much more than just Epstein, who died in his New York jail cell 6 years ago while he awaited trial on sex trafficking charges.
Well, clearly it's a distraction, and like I said, this is not like it's not a new situation. Epstein has been around for years and years and years, and those files have been in custody of both our Democratic administration and our Republican one. So, but if there is something, let's just release it. But what I'm saying, though, I'm not really convinced that it's the blockbuster that some people believe that it is, and I'm not going to live in a conspiracy kinds of and head down every rabbit holes.
The Epstein files controversy has taken center stage at a time when both parties are gearing up to take the messaging to voters on Trump's big multi-trillion-dollar tax breaks and spending cuts bill.
Look, at the end of the day, we got to get back on what we're doing to help the American people and get distractions off the table. And I doubt seriously, in spite of the fact that the House went home, that you are going to forget about this between now and Labor Day. So the best way to deal with this is to release the file and let the facts speak for themselves.
Trump's former White House colleague Elon Musk earlier alleged that the former featured in the Epstein files, but he later retracted the claim. Trump has already dismissed all claims linking him to the Epstein files as a hoax.
Karnataka High Court stayed the deportation of the children of a Russian woman who was found living in Gokarna cave. The court ordered prior intimation before the deportation. Here's a brief report on what happened.
Karnataka High Court on Thursday stayed the deportation of a Russian woman who was found to be living in a cave in Gokarna along with the children. The High Court's direction came in response to a writ petition challenging her deportation. Her husband filed a writ petition requesting that his wife and the children not be deported. Responding to the plea, a single bench of the High Court put a temporary halt on any unilateral action by authorities. The court also issued a notice to the central government directing them to clarify its stance within 2 weeks. Her Israeli husband, Dror Shlomo Goldstein, requested that the children be placed in his custody. In response, the woman also sought permission to meet her children. She had previously refused to meet her husband. Based on the center's submission that the children do not possess valid travel documents, the court said immediate deportation was not reasonable at this stage.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now. Amid growing controversy over the alligator Alcatraz detention facility in Florida, U.S., Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has suggested that military bases in Indiana and New Jersey could be used to house detained immigrants without impacting the military readiness. This statement is in fact being viewed as a possible move towards detaining thousands of people on U.S. military bases. Take a look.
In a bold claim, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said bases in Indiana and New Jersey can house detained immigrants without affecting military readiness. His statement is being seen as a step toward potentially detaining thousands of people on bases across American soil. Hegseth's claim comes at a time when Florida continues to be up in arms over Alligator Alcatraz, an upcoming facility to house detained immigrants. Hegseth notified members of Congress from both states of the proposal to temporarily house detained immigrants at Camp Atterbury in Indiana and Joint Base McGuire-Dix Lakehurst in New Jersey. President Donald Trump has moved to aggressively detain and deport people in the country illegally, a push that has swept up large numbers of immigrants. These immigrants include many with no prior criminal records, forcing federal authorities to find places to house them. Hegseth said the presence of the detainees would not negatively affect the base's operations or training.
Election Commission hits back, calls out unwarranted threatening statement made by Rahul Gandhi against the CEC. And today, Kargil Vijay Diwas celebration set to begin today. Heroes of Operation Vijay to be honored. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live this morning.
ग्रेजुटी का चेक है, बस इन पैसों को हम कहीं इन्वेस्ट कर दें और रेगुलर इनकम भी आती रहे।
तो फिर फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स में डाल दीजिए। फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड और मनी मार्केट में पैसा डालते हैं और सिस्टमैटिक विड्रॉल प्लान के जरिए आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी मिलती रहेगी।
म्यूचुअल फंड्स में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I will be part of Republic's AI Pre-Summit happening on 25th July, where we'll be discussing India's AI lead, the impact, innovation, and the lead that India is going to take in AI in the future.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I couldn't be more excited to be speaking at Republic's Pre-AI Summit on the 25th of July. At this summit, we won't just be discussing what India's AI future could be, but we'll be actually building it together. Join me, other AI leaders, thinkers, builders, as we define India's next AI lead. See you there.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live this morning at 8 a.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, gear up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India. Join us today for the flagship Republic AI pre-summit from the Republic Media Network headquarters. We bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's the perfect build-up to the Mega Republic All Summit, and it all begins here. Let's now have a quick check of the headlines. Election Commission hits back, calls out unwarranted threatening statements made by Rahul Gandhi against the Election Commission. Supreme Court to decide on whether to extend stay on Udaipur files key verdict today. Prime Minister Modi departs for Maldives after concluding a successful United Kingdom visit. Two-day Kargil Vijay Diwas celebration set to begin today. Heroes of Operation Vijay to be honoured. Hampi Koneru beats China's Tan to qualify for the FIDE Women's World Cup finale. Will face Divya Deshmukh in a historic All-Indian Summit clash. Starting this edition with some breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the temple protest of the BJP leader Madhvi Lata. We learned that she was dragged by cops. This happened late last evening. She was dragged and she was asked not to protest. The Telangana police has now detained the BJP leader Madhvi Lata and others who were protesting at the Banjara Hills in Hyderabad on Thursday night, alleging that the state government had demolished a temple in area. Madhvi Lata accused the state government of hurting the sentiments of the people and said that she was not allowed to protest peacefully. There you see on your screen is an altercation video of the police along with Madhvi Lata. Madhvi Lata was protesting for saving a temple, soon after which the Telangana police dragged her and asked her not to protest. The scuffle got so wild that she was then seen in video being brutally dragged by the cops, and this is a row over alleged temple demolition. Madhvi Lata has said the government is hurting the sentiments of the people. We do not, however, have official statement from the Telangana government yet, but these are the latest visuals, a very, very dramatic sequence on your screens right now, which shows how Madhvi Lata got into an altercation with the cops. The cops then dragged her and this after she was protesting against a temple demolition that was allegedly done under the Revanth Reddy government. We're trying to get in touch with Aneri. She can join us on the latest, but the latest that you have on your story is that Madhvi Lata, the BJP leader, has now been detained. We, however, have no details as to where she is being kept under detention, but that's the latest. That's the visual on your screen of the altercation that she had with the police. This is a very dramatic sequence. Madhvi Lata, the BJP leader, protesting against the temple demolition, being dragged by the Telangana police in what she calls as an assault on the Hindu religious temple. Aneri joins me on the broadcast from Hyderabad on that. Aneri, talk to us about the latest development in the case. Where is Madhvi Lata at this point in time?
Well, Madhvilata has been released from the police station. She was detained, and after a case was booked, then she was released. She was shifted, and she was released from the police station yesterday evening itself. After some time, after the incident had taken place, where she tried to visit one of the temples there in Banjara Hills, where we see that it is being alleged that there was a temple which was demolished by the Telangana government, but however there's no official word from the government or from the endowment ministry in regard with this very incident, whereas Madhvilata has been alleging that there was a temple which was demolished and she wanted to visit the incident site, but however she was stopped by the police, and then following which we see that Madhvilata was seen staging protest with some of the local persons there, and later she was detained by the police, and now she has been already released from the police station.
Right. Aneri, thank you very much for getting us those details, the latest visuals, and Aneri getting us the latest updates. Meanwhile, let's also have a check on what actually transpired yesterday, who was responsible, and what is the temple protest all about.
प्रणय कुमार है, इधर बंजारा हिल्स रोड नंबर 12 के पास हम लोग आज आए हैं माधवलता जी को सपोर्ट करने के लिए। आज ऐसा है, कांग्रेस के राज्य में रजाकार का राज्य चल रहा। अपन कितना भी ट्राई करो हिंदुइज्म को सुरक्षित करने के लिए, ये लोग हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा चीज कर देते कि हमेशा हिंदुओं को ठोस पहुंचाते रहते। कभी आप लोग सोचे किसी मस्जिद को ऐसा करने के लिए? गवर्नमेंट लैंड किसके लिए है? पब्लिक के लिए है ना। गवर्नमेंट लैंड पब्लिक के लिए है ना। गांव में अभी जो मंदिर तोड़ा गया है, ऐसा करेगा तो ये राज नहीं चलेगा।
नमस्कार भारत, मेरा नाम माधवीलता है। आप मुझे माधवी दीदी से जानते हैं। मैं फिलहाल तेलंगाना राज्य के अंदर बंजारा हिल्स नाम के विधानसभा में बैठी हूँ। यहाँ एक छोटा सा बस्ती है, जिस बस्ती में सभी रहते हैं, दलित भी रहते हैं, यानी कि BSC, SC, BC, OBC सभी रहते हैं। ये जात का नाम नहीं लेना चाहिए, मैं इसलिए ले रही हूँ क्योंकि जिस संविधान में अंबेडकर जी ने इनको न्याय देने का एक हक दिया है, आवाज उठाने का एक हक इनको है, आज उसी आवाज उनका मंदिर तोड़ने पर जब इन्होंने उठाया है, वही ग्राम देवता जो 100 साल से इनकी ग्राम को इनके गांव को बचा रही है, भला ही वो आज शहर बना होगा, लेकिन 100 साल पहले तो वो एक गांव ही तो था ना। भले ही हम लोग आज बिल्डिंगों में बैठे हो, बड़े बड़े कार में जा रहे हो, भगवान कभी भगवान होती है ना। ये गवर्नमेंट लैंड के नाम से तेलंगाना के गवर्नमेंट कांग्रेस वालों ने उस मंदिर को भी तोड़ा है, उस माता रानी के वो उखाड़ के लेके निकल गए जिस आस्था से, क्योंकि ये बस्ती वाले हैं, छोटे लोग हैं, इनकी आस्था की इतनी अपमान। इसलिए मैं आज यहाँ इतनी बड़ी बारिश में बैठी हूँ, रोड पे बैठी हूँ इनके लिए। इनको न्याय मिलना चाहिए, इनका मंदिर फिर से बनना चाहिए, माता रानी का फिर स्थापित होना चाहिए। इनके घर के भाइयों को, इनके पुरुष, इनके पतियों को सबको 2 दिन से वैन में डालकर लेके चले जा रहे हैं। कहाँ लेके जाते, कौन से जेल में डालते हैं, किसी को। पूरा भारत से आज मैं विनती करती हूँ, आशीर्वाद दीजिए आप जहाँ से भी हैं। इस हिंदू को आशीर्वाद चाहिए आपका, ताकि फिर से माँ भगवती का स्थापना कर पाए। जय बोलो भारत माता की जय।
Meanwhile, in a significant diplomatic development, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive at Maldives today, marking his first visit since last year's tense standoff triggered by President Mohammad Morsi's demand for Indian troops to vacate the island nation. Here's all that you need to know about the key visit.
This day would have seemed implausible even a few months back. However, scripting yet another major diplomatic win, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive in Maldives today. The visit will be the first since ties between the two countries took a sharp downturn. This after Maldivian President Mohammad Morsi asked Indian troops to vacate the country in January last year. The move was seen as a deliberate provocation as Morsi sought to recalibrate ties and veer closer to China. Morsi even set March 15 as the date by which all Indian troops had to withdraw from the Maldivian shores. However, the same Morsi who came to power on the back of an India Out campaign invited PM Modi to be the guest of honor at the country's National Day celebrations today. The visit is significant as it marks the culmination of a diplomatic reset between Delhi and Male after the tensions last year.
President Morsi had invited our Prime Minister for lot many years. There has been nobody as the guest of honor, so he had invited as the guest of honor for the Independence Day, and our Prime Minister also happens to be the first head of state to visit Maldives under the presidency of President Morsi on a state visit. So this assumes a lot of importance. Last year in October 2024, when President Morsi had come to India on a state visit, both the leaders had agreed on a vision document on a comprehensive partnership on economic and maritime security thing. Both the countries have been working on the vision set by the leadership, and this meeting would certainly help in consolidating the ties between our two countries.
The dramatic turnaround in ties is a test case of how a measured diplomatic approach and strategic patience worked wonders in fixing strained ties between the two nations. Prior to the PM's visit, Morsi visited India in October last year, marking his first state visit after assuming office in November 2023. During his visit, Morsi called India a key partner in the socio-economic and infrastructure development of Maldives, while acknowledging how Delhi stood by Male in its times of need. As Maldives marks its 60th Independence Day, the PM's visit will go down in history as yet another illustration of his statesmanship and stature and India's standing in the world.
Shifting our focus to some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the recent war of words that has erupted between the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi and the Election Commission of India. The Election Commission of India has now replied to Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's cheating allegations. Hours after Congress leader made these remarks, ECI said that all electoral rolls are prepared, transparency and copies were shared with the recognized political parties. Remember, this comes after Rahul Gandhi had raised the issue yesterday of how there was an alleged cheating that took place in the 2024 Karnataka elections. The ECI now giving a very, very strong worded statement to Rahul Gandhi, saying that the details were shared with all the political parties and there is nothing that can be done about it. Meanwhile, the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha and senior Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has launched a sharp attack on Election Commission, accusing it of enabling cheating during the voter list revision process in Karnataka constituency. In a direct warning to the poll body, Rahul Gandhi declared, "We are coming for you." The Election Commission, however, has strongly denied the allegations, calling them baseless and asserting that due process was followed. The war of words is escalating and the battle lines are clearly drawn. Here's a full report.
Rahul Gandhi accused Election Commission of India of allowing cheating in a constituency in Karnataka during the voter list revision process. Rahul gave an open challenge that he holds 100% proof that ECI allowed cheating.
Election Commission is not functioning as the Election Commission of India. Today they've made some statement. This is complete nonsense, right? The fact of the matter is that Election Commission is not doing its job. Now we have concrete, 100% proof of election commission allowing cheating in a seat in Karnataka.
He also warned ECI that the matter should await the High Court's verdict.
New voters who are 18, who are way above 18. So we have caught them. Okay, and I want to send a message to Election Commission. Yes, sir. If you think you're going to get away with this, if your officers think you're going to get away with it, you're mistaken. You're not going to get away with it because we are going to come for you.
Replying to the allegations, the poll body hit back at Rahul Gandhi. ECI asked if the petition has been filed, then why baseless allegations are being raised now? ECI spokesperson clarified that not a single appeal was filed with the authorities. On 2024 elections, Election Commission of India clarified that out of 10 election petitions, not a single election petition was filed by any losing Congress candidate. Karnataka's Chief Electoral Officer also clarified that electoral rolls are prepared transparently and copies were shared with recognized political parties. All of this comes amid the showdown in the parliament over the ongoing SIR of electoral rolls in Bihar. This is not the first time that Rahul Gandhi has made such allegations against the poll body, and this time this statement has come just before the assembly elections in Bihar.
As India commemorates the 26th Kargil Vijay Diwas, Republic brings you an exclusive report from Dras, the very land where heroes wrote history with their courage and sacrifice. From a major infrastructural push to the region to the untold stories of bravery that never made the headlines, we bring you powerful voices and moving tributes to the real heroes of Kargil. Here's that special report.
As India commemorates Kargil Vijay Diwas, the rugged terrains of Dras, once a battleground of the 1999 Kargil War, are undergoing remarkable transformation. Along the Srinagar-Leh highway, a corridor that bore witness to the bravery of Indian soldiers, a vibrant infrastructural boom is reshaping the region's landscape. Extensive road widening and levelling projects are carving smoother, safer paths through towering Himalayas.
This is one of the Zojila tunnels out where you see the construction work is going on, and once this tunnel is completed, it will connect Gagangir, Sonmarg's Gagangir with Dras, and it is going to be only 40 minutes journey, which earlier would take hours. And the kind of telecommunication, the towers that has been established, that tells you that yes, you are connected with your loved ones, because earlier the connection was not there, the telecommunication was not there, the roads were not there, the tunnels, but now you see everything is there when we talk about the infrastructural push.
Modern tunnels are reducing travel time and enhancing connectivity, ensuring that the harsh winters no longer isolate Dras and its surrounding areas. Checkpoints and surveillance systems have been bolstered, offering safety to residents and tourists. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Barkat Ali Nizami, who served during the Kargil War as the Naib Tehsildar of Dras, recounted harrowing details. He said that the Dras, once coldest inhabited region, became a fiery battleground.
न कोई रात थी न दिन था शेलिंग का, न सुबह थी न शाम था, बस क्या कहूँ आपको, ऐसी शेलिंग खैर हमने अपनी लाइफ में तो नहीं देखी, और खुदा ना दिखाए किसी को भी यहाँ जान का खतरा हो, तो ये बड़ी कोई आसान चीज़ नहीं थी। कम से कम 10,000 गोले इस द्रास में गिरे होंगे। मैं सिर्फ द्रास
जहाँ हम बैठे,
द्रास मीन्स कि आपको मुश्कू मटाइन से लेकर खरबू तक, ये सारा एरिया जो है, ये कम से कम कोई 30 किलोमीटर का एरिया है लंबाई में, तो इसमें कम से कम 10,000 गोले पाकिस्तान के गिरे।
Mohammad Yusuf Lone recounted chilling episode from the war. When the army captured Tooling, they uncovered a temporary shelter where they discovered a man who identified himself as Major Anwar of Pakistan Army.
वो जो हरा सा घास है, लाल पहाड़ी के साथ जो ऊपर घास है, वहाँ से रास्ता बना हुआ था इस जमड़ वाली पहाड़ी में। इस पहाड़ी में जो है वजन लेके 2 आदमी जा रहे थे। आधा घंटे के बाद फिर 2 आदमी जा रहे हैं। फिर उसने बोला यार मैंने पता क्या कल पेट्रोलिंग हेलीकॉप्टर ने करके आई, बोलते हैं झूठ है। दूसरे दिन खबर मिली जी फौज आई नीचे बियम्बर में आके जो बियम्बर वालों से सिगरेट लेके चले गए, मैगी लेके गए।
अच्छा, ये पाकिस्तान के लोग थे।
पाकिस्तान के लोग थे।
The Kargil War was not just a military operation, it was a testament to the unwavering spirit of our armed forces.
All right, Zeenat is reporting live from Lamchen in Ladakh. Zeenat, talk to us about what's happening around you. Celebration for 2 days for the Kargil Vijay Diwas.
See, this is the day when we remember the brave hearts who fought this Kargil War of 1999. Today is the day of remembrance, although the main function will be held tomorrow, where the wreath-laying ceremony, the military parade and the civilians will also be paying their tributes to the fallen soldiers at Dras Memorial, which is seen as a pilgrimage to the Indians who are coming here to pay tributes to the martyrs. Right now I'm reporting from the Lamachun viewpoint. From here you will see the panoramic view of those peaks where this fight was held, whether it was 4785 Tolo Link, which is just in the foot where Dras Memorial is located. Then this is the Mashko Valley, the entire Mashko Valley, and in fact where my Vijay is showing you that this is the Srinagar Ladakh highway, which the Pakistani troopers as well as the terrorists tried to disrupt so that the supplies should not reach to the Indian army posted here then. But the Indian army was able to maintain this highway, and with the result, the though Pakistan took an advantage because they were sitting at a strategic points, they were getting a clear view of the Indian troop movement. But despite that, Pakistan had suffered huge casualties, and it was not only a military strategic move, the military win, but also a diplomatic win for the country India, because India had made it quite clear that the Indian troops would not go beyond line of control, and that is where they had got the appreciation from the entire world, and Pakistan had also to face the condemnation. So this was not only a military fight, the strategic fight, but also the global platforms. The Pakistan had witnessed drubbing. If we see the 1999 war, this war started in May when one of the nomads witnessed the movement in the upper reach, and then he informed the army. It was the Tashi Nambial who informed the Indian army about the movement of some unknown people who were disguised in the army fatigues, and then accordingly the intelligence were moved, and finally this continued for almost 2 months. In fact, the Indian soldiers also lost their huge number of soldiers, but the Pakistani soldiers lost their number in thousands, and in fact the Pakistan army and the government even refused to take the dead bodies, and their burial was carried by Indian army with full religious rights here in the Dras, in the Mashko and in other sectors, because this was the fight that was seen in the Kargil, in Batalik, in Kaskar, this entire ridge where the battle continued. If you remember the war heroes like Captain Batra, who declared Ye Dil Mange More, or Yogendra Singh Yadav, or the other Anuj Nair, and all these people were the ones who are being remembered for their brave fight for they became a symbol of sacrifice. And on this very day we see the families of these martyrs coming from different places. They pay homage to the people here, and in fact also the civilian population also paid visit to the martyrs to this Dras Memorial for the wreath-laying ceremony. This is an event that is every year held, because this time even the schools, the colleges have also been mobilized, also been chipped in, because today in Dras, in Kargil sector, even the local radio stations are paying tributes to those who have lost their life, because this is exactly when happened this incident, this war like situation turned up just after the Lahore declaration that was signed between the two prime ministers of the two neighboring countries. They, even after that, the brainchild for the entire was Pervez Musharraf, and his army carried Rakhi, because Pakistan took an advantage of those posts who were left vacant by the Indian army due to harsh winters, because harsh winters in Kargil was one more important reasons. Yeah.
Zeenat, yes, I'll have to cut you short on that because we're running short in time, but we will come back to you sharp at 9 a.m. along with Rakshita, who will be there at the key vantage points. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to now move on and shift our focus to the other stories that are making national headlines. Union Ministry of Home Affairs released an official statement extending President's rule in troubled Manipur by another 6 months. According to statement, the extension of the President's rule imposed under Article 356 of the Constitution will take effect from August 13. Supporters of Ace poll strategist and Jan Suraj founder Prashant Kishore scuffled with the police in Patna on Thursday. This is a march to the Bihar assembly led by Kishore ran into a heavy security contingent. Dramatic visuals showed the Jan Suraj supporters engaging in fisticuffs with the men in uniform as tension spiraled.
प्रदर्शन हुआ था, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई की गई है, एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है, जिसमें करीब 2000 अज्ञात लोगों पे और 9 उसमें नेम्ड लोगों पर एफआईआर की गई है, जिसमें जो भी सुसंगत धाराएं हैं बीएनएस की सब इंक्लूड किया गया। जितना भी हम लोग कैलकुलेट कर पाए एस्टिमेट से उतना हम लोग किए हैं, बाकी उनका वीडियो से पहचान वगैरह सबकी करवाई जा रही है। प्रशांत किशोर का भी नाम जी वो लीड कर रहे थे और जितने भी लोगों का पहचान हो सकी उन सभी की।
The opposition Biju Janata Dal cranked up the heat on the BJP government over the alleged lack of women's security in Odisha, lashing out at the incumbent regime under Chief Minister Mohan Charan Manji. Senior BJD leader Pratap Keshari Deb said the situation in the state in terms of protection of women's rights was very alarming.
As far as women's rights are concerned and their protection is concerned, is very alarming. Women no more feel safe in the state. Now the biggest question is why? The same police force which was performing so well 1 year back, why is it silent? It speaks volume of the model of governance the government is pursuing. These antisocial elements do not fear the police anymore. They do not fear the law because the police is inactive, inapproachable.
The Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh on Thursday questioned the centre over the shock resignation of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. He said Prime Minister Modi and top central ministers should clear the air on why no farewell ceremony was organised for the departing second citizens of the country.
देखिए पूरा देश इस फैसले से अचंभित है, सब लोग हैरान हैं, तो इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी को और सरकार को स्थिति स्पष्ट करनी चाहिए कि ऐसा अचानक क्या हुआ कि उपराष्ट्रपति के पद पे, एक संवैधानिक पद पे बैठे हुए व्यक्ति को इस्तीफा देना पड़ा। और उससे भी अजीब बात यह है कि उनका विदाई भाषण भी नहीं कराया गया, उनका विदाई समारोह भी नहीं कराया गया, जो परंपराओं के बिल्कुल विपरीत है। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी को स्थिति स्पष्ट करनी चाहिए।
BJP leader Madhvi Lata was detained by police when she was leading a protest with the party supporters at Banjara Hills, alleging the demolition of a local temple by the Congress government.
जितनी विनती की हमारी माता रानी का मंदिर को तोड़िए मत। ये प्राइवेट के भूमि में भी नहीं था, ये गवर्नमेंट का भूमि में था। 100 साल पुराना माता रानी का मंदिर बस्ती का आस्था है। परसों ये बोनालू खत्म हुआ, आज पूजा करने आए, आधी रात 3 बजे को तोड़ डाले, मंदिर को कुचल कर दिया है। मंदिर को माता रानी का मूर्ति को उठा के फेंक दिए। अब आप बताओ क्या इतनी बड़ी मांग थी इनकी? 80 गज 100 गज ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या नहीं दिया जा सकता? बस्ती को ये 100 साल पुराने के मंदिर को न्याय दिया नहीं जा सकता क्या?
Adani University has inaugurated its academic induction program Navdiksha 2025, welcoming a fresh cohort of students into its flagship integrated BTech, MBA, MTech programs. Navdiksha 2025, held early this week, underscored the university's commitment to preparing India's youth for a new industrial era shaped by artificial intelligence, sustainability and nation building. Delivering the opening remarks at the ceremony, Professor Sunil Jha, Dean of the Faculty of Sciences, reinforced the increasing importance of physics, chemistry and mathematics in the era of physical AI. Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, is the build-up to the big SC verdict on Udaipur files.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने। MDH।
Election Commission hits out at Rahul Gandhi, calls out unwarranted threatening statement made by him against the CAC. Supreme Court to decide on whether to extend the stay on the movie Udaipur Files. Prime Minister Narendra Modi departs for Maldives after concluding a successful visit to the UK. Two-day Kargil Vijay Diwas celebration set to begin today. Heroes of Operation Vijay to be honoured. And Hampi Kuneru beats China's Tang Yongyi to qualify for the FIDE Women's World Cup final. Will face Divya Deshmukh in a historic all-Indian summit clash. We have breaking news coming in. An armed clash has erupted between Thailand and Cambodia, escalating a simmering border dispute into open conflict. The latest round of violence broke out early yesterday, with both sides exchanging fire along a contested stretch of their shared boundary. And in a sharp escalation, Cambodia has now called for the United Nations to make an intervention and also has branded Thailand a war-hungry country. Tensions have been steadily rising since the month of May, and now fears of a broader regional crisis are growing. So fight at the Thailand-Cambodia border that is escalating. Of course, Cambodia and Thailand have a history of occasional conflict because the two nations have a long and forested border with areas that both the sides claim, but there has been a serious exchange of fire. All right, so an armed clash has erupted between Thailand and Cambodia, escalating a simmering border dispute into an open conflict. And this latest round of violence broke out with both the sides exchanging fire along the stretch of their shared boundary. Take a look at this report.
An age-old dispute over a stretch of the shared border has flared into a worsening military standoff between Thailand and Cambodia. The fierce clashes mark the latest escalation in the flare-up since May. According to Thai authorities, at least 11 people, mostly civilians, have been killed in the ongoing clashes. An 8-year-old boy, a Thai soldier, and more than 20 others were injured in a Cambodian artillery barrage. In retaliatory response, Thai Air Force attacked Cambodian territory with jets, destroying 2 military bases. Both sides claimed the other side fired first.
រវាងកម្ពុជានិងថៃភាពតានតឹងទាំងឡាយគឺថៃគឺជាអ្នកបង្កហេតុតែសូមបងប្អូនយើងចងចាំកន្លែងត្រង់នេះហើយប្រជាពលរដ្ឋខ្មែរក៏ដូចជាសហគមន៍អន្តរជាតិបានដឹងច្បាស់ថាថៃជាអ្នកបង្កហេតុឈ្លានពានទឹកដីកម្ពុជា
Amid the deepening dispute, Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Manet called on the UN Security Council to convene an urgent meeting to stop Thailand's aggression. The Thai Foreign Ministry responded, accusing Cambodia of an intentional and premeditated act against Thailand.
The Royal Thai government urges Cambodia to cease its repeated acts, which constitute severe violations of international law. Such actions fundamentally contradict the principles of good neighborly relations and good faith, and will further undermine Cambodia's reputation and credibility on the global stage.
Meanwhile, Japan and China voiced concern over the escalating tensions.
重要成员睦邻友好，妥处分歧，符合双方根本和长远利益。我们对当前事态发展深感担忧。 希望双方通过对话协商，妥善解决问题。从地区国家的共同利益和诉求出发
The standoff has been continuing along the border since a May 28 clash, which claimed the life of a Cambodian soldier. Thai officials condemned Cambodia for laying mines in the territory, terming it a contravention of the anti-personnel mine ban treaty between the two countries. The Cambodian forces, however, denied planting mines in the region.
And viewers, it is the biggest ever crackdown on cybercrime, and the scale is staggering. In a sweeping operation, Cambodian authorities, acting on precise intelligence shared by the Indian agencies, have dealt a massive blow to the global digital arrest scam network. Now, over 3,000 suspects have been detained, including 105 Indian nationals as well, in coordinated raids that exposed a highly sophisticated web of fraud spanning more than 20 countries. From fake police uniforms to high-tech scam hubs, this criminal expertise has exploited fear and thinking victims into paying millions through carefully crafted deception. Now, this is not just cyber fraud, it is organized digital extortion on an international scale. Here is the full story.
Phnom Penh, the capital city of Cambodia, is now at the center of a massive international effort to dismantle a sophisticated digital arrest scam network. Acting on alerts from India's Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of External Affairs and the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, Cambodian police have raided 138 locations, detaining over 3,000 individuals, including 606 women from over 20 countries. The arrests include nationals from China, Vietnam, Indonesia, India, Bangladesh, Thailand and Nigeria. Computers and laptops, hundreds of mobile phones, weapons, bullets, and drugs. These are some of the items seized by authorities, pointing to the racket's deep ties to organized crime. Digital arrest scams involve fraudsters posing as law enforcement or government officials, often via video calls, to intimidate victims into paying large sums to avoid fake legal consequences. These scams have defrauded countless victims globally, exploiting fear and trust. The operation, triggered by India's intelligence, highlights the growing menace of cyber fraud in Southeast Asia, where the United Nations estimates such scams generate up to $40 billion annually. Many arrested individuals were reportedly coerced into these operations, lured by fake job offers, raising concerns about human trafficking. Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Manet's push to combat cybercrime has intensified these efforts, but reports suggest some scam operations may be shielded by influential figures. With investigations ongoing, authorities warn that more arrests could follow as they trace links to other countries. This crackdown marks a significant blow to global cybercrime, but the fight is far from over.
Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. China's top diplomat Wang Yi has met with the Pakistan Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir in Beijing, capital of China. Wang Yi congratulated Munir on his recent appointment as the Field Marshal and described the Pakistani military as a steadfast guardian of national interest and a strong pillar of China-Pakistan friendship. So China's top diplomat has met with the Pakistan Army Chief in Beijing. Remember, Wang Yi is also a member of the Political Bureau of the Communist Party of China. And he's also the director of the Office of the Central Commission for Foreign Affairs. And he has praised Pakistan military and called it as a steadfast force. And he said that the Pakistani military stands as a staunch defender of the national interest and also a firm supporter of the China-Pakistan friendship. All right, viewers, we are taking a very short break here. Coming up ahead, the Election Commission has hit back at Rahul Gandhi, calling out his unwarranted threatening statements against the CEC. Also coming up ahead, two-day Kargil Vijay Diwas celebrations are set to begin today, and the heroes of Operation Vijay are going to be honored. Those big stories and much more coming up after a short break.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
right, viewers, Karnataka High Court has stayed the deportation of the children of a Russian woman who was found hiding in a cave in Gokarna. The court also ordered a prior intimation before any deportation takes place. Here is a report.
Karnataka High Court on Thursday stayed the deportation of a Russian woman who was found to be living in a cave in Gokarna along with the children. The High Court's direction came in response to a writ petition challenging her deportation. Her husband filed a writ petition requesting that his wife and the children not be deported. Responding to the plea, a single bench of the High Court put a temporary halt on any unilateral action by authorities. The court also issued a notice to the central government directing them to clarify its stance within 2 weeks. Her Israeli husband, Dror Shlomo Goldstein, requested that the children be placed in his custody. In response, the woman also sought permission to meet her children. She had previously refused to meet her husband. Based on the center's submission that the children do not possess valid travel documents, the court said immediate deportation was not reasonable at this stage.
The big international story that we are tracking, even as peace delegates are gathered in Istanbul to negotiate an end to the 3-year-long war, Ukraine was jolted by fresh terror from the skies. In a brutal strike on Kharkiv, Russian forces reportedly deployed powerful munitions and over 100 drones targeting the city. Dozens have been killed, many more, including children, have been injured as Ukraine mourns yet another devastating blow. While the world talks peace, the ground reality tells a different story. Here's a detailed report.
Russia launched fresh airstrikes in Ukraine, denting peace hopes amid the ongoing talks in Istanbul. More than 33 people, including 3 children, were injured in a massive night attack by Russia on Kharkiv and 6 other regions in Ukraine. Russian forces launched 2 guided aerial bombs, shattering buildings in the city's Shevchenkivsky district. 2 250 guided aerial bombs struck Kharkiv, reducing a transformer substation and a business establishment to a trail of smoke and charred remains. Previously, on the intervening night of July 20 and 21st, Russian forces conducted a large-scale attack on Kharkiv using Shahed drones. With the attacks continuing and the toll mounting, any hope of breakthrough in the peace talks appear as good as buried.
And blinking under the pressure of nationwide protests, the Ukrainian President Zelensky has submitted a new bill aimed at restoring the independence of the country's anti-corruption agencies. Now, this move comes in response to growing outrage over his earlier approval of a controversial law that had significantly weakened the autonomy. With the public anger now mounting, and the latest step is seen as an attempt to also diffuse the tensions and also reclaim credibility. Here's a detailed report.
President Volodymyr Zelensky on Thursday submitted a new bill that would restore the independence of Ukraine's anti-corruption agencies. The move followed massive nationwide protests over a new law, which demonstrators said threatened to impair the autonomy of anti-graft watchdogs. Zelensky's move was clearly aimed at diffusing tensions following his earlier approval of the controversial law. The previous bill sparked a public outcry and protests, the first major demonstration since the war began, as well as sharp criticism from the European Union. Zelensky said Parliament would review the new bill, which guarantees real strengthening of Ukraine's law enforcement system, the independence of anti-corruption bodies, and reliable protection of the legal system from any Russian interference.
Вже сьогодні є у Верховній Раді України мій законопроект, те, що обіцяв для справедливості, для правоохоронних і антикорупційних органів, повноцінні гарантії незалежності антикорупційних органів, реальні можливості перевірити щоб не було жодного російського втручання. Кожен, хто має доступ до державної таємниці. Це не тільки в НАБУ і САП, але й ДБР, наша національна поліція, має пройти перевірки на детекторі брехні. І це мають бути регулярні перевірки.
Ukraine's two main anti-graft agencies, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine and the Specialized Anti-Corruption Prosecutor's Office, welcomed Zelensky's new bill. The agencies said they helped draft the new bill, urging lawmakers to adopt it as soon as possible to prevent threats to ongoing criminal cases.
All right, we are slipping into a short break. Coming up ahead today, Kargil Vijay Diwas celebrations set to begin today. Heroes of Operation Vijay are going to be honored. And big story from chess, Humphrey Cunero beats China's Tang Xiongyi, qualifies for the FIDE Women's World Cup final to face Divya Deshmukh in a historic all-Indian summit clash.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
मैं तनु क्या सी कि अब हमें सेकंड इनकम बिल्ड कर लेनी चाहिए और तुमने वापस म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसे डाल दिए।
ये फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स है।
मतलब
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स मतलब चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेयरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट विच इन्वेस्टमेंट मतलब रेगुलर इनकम विच वी कैन विड्रॉ फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम।
मतलब म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
A big story from the United States where the senators from both sides of the aisle are intensifying pressure on US President Donald Trump to release the Epstein files. Now, lawmakers, including Republicans and Democrats both, insist that the documents should be made public even if the president's name appears in them. And earlier, President Donald Trump had dismissed any claims of linking him to the Epstein files, calling them as hoax. Here is a detailed report on the growing bipartisan demand for transparency.
US senators across the aisle set aside their political differences and built pressure on President Donald Trump to release the Epstein files. Both Republican and Democratic senators said the Epstein files should be released even if Trump is directly named in them. On Wednesday, a House subcommittee voted to subpoena the Department of Justice for files in the sex trafficking investigation into Jeffrey Epstein.
There should definitely be a subpoena for those files in the Senate as well as in the House. Obviously, the president was informed that his name appeared multiple times and then denied it. But the fact that he was informed and the decision was made to refuse to release the files smacks of a cover-up. What we're seeing is a cover-up ongoing in real time. The American people deserve better, It's not a matter of congressional prerogative. The American people deserve to see what's in those files.
Now, the Senate is considering following suit. Democratic leaders are hoping to make the issue about much more than just Epstein, who died in his New York jail cell 6 years ago while he awaited trial on sex trafficking charges.
Well, but clearly it's a distraction, and like I said, this is not like it's not a new situation. Epstein has been around for years and years and years, and those files have been in custody of both our Democratic administration and our Republican one. So, but if there is something, let's just release it. But what I'm saying, though, I'm not really convinced that it's the blockbuster that some people believe that it is, and I'm not going to live in a conspiracy kinds of and head down every rabbit holes.
The Epstein Files controversy has taken center stage at a time when both parties are gearing up to take the messaging to voters on Trump's big multi-trillion-dollar tax breaks and spending cuts bill.
Look, at the end of the day, we got to get back on what we're doing to help the American people and get distractions off the table. And I doubt seriously, in spite of the fact that the House went home, that y'all are going to forget about this between now and Labor Day. So the best way to deal with this is to release the file and let the facts speak for themselves.
Trump's former White House colleague Elon Musk earlier alleged that the former featured in the Epstein Files, but he later retracted the claim. Trump has already dismissed all claims linking him to the Epstein Files as a hoax.
And back home, the Karnataka High Court has stayed the deportation of 2 children belonging to a Russian woman who was recently found living in a cave near Gokarna. The court also directed that the authorities must give prior notice before taking any deportation action. The woman and her children were taken into custody after being discovered by locals, sparking concerns over their welfare and legal status. Here is a report.
Karnataka High Court on Thursday stayed the deportation of a Russian woman who was found to be living in a cave in Gokarna along with the children. The High Court's direction came in response to a writ petition challenging her deportation. Her husband filed a writ petition requesting that his wife and the children not be deported. Responding to the plea, a single bench of the High Court put a temporary halt on any unilateral action by authorities. The court also issued a notice to the central government directing them to clarify its stance within 2 weeks. Her Israeli husband, Dror Shlomo Goldstein, requested that the children be placed in his custody. In response, the woman also sought permission to meet her children. She had previously refused to meet her husband. Based on the center's submission that the children do not possess valid travel documents, the court said immediate deportation was not reasonable at this stage.
Viewers, time to take a short break. Coming up ahead, Supreme Court is going to decide on whether to extend the stay on the movie Udaipur Files. Also, the big story, Prime Minister Modi departs for Maldives after concluding a successful visit to the United Kingdom. Those big stories and much more after a short break.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, gear up for all things AI, the breakthroughs, the impact, and what's next for India. Join us today for the flagship Republic AI pre-summit from the Republic Media Network headquarters. We bring together the country's top innovators, policymakers, and tech giants as they decode India's AI leap. It's a perfect build-up to the Mega Republic AI Summit, and it all begins right over here on Republic TV. Let's get started with the headlines now. Prime Minister Modi departed for the Maldives from the UK. PM is on a two-day state visit to the island nation from today at the invitation of Maldivian President Mohamed Muizzu. Election Commission hits back calls out unwarranted threatening statements made by Rahul Gandhi against the CEC. Today, Kargil Vijay Diwas celebrations are set to begin today. Heroes of Operation Vijay to be honoured. No plan to remove socialist and secular over from the preamble, says the law minister. And China's top diplomat Wang Yi met with Pakistani Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir in Beijing. China and Pakistan have extended unwavering mutual support on issues concerning such at each other's core interest. Viewers, we are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Home Minister to move bill in Rajya Sabha to extend precedent rule in Manipur for 6 more months. Huge update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we understand that the Home Minister will move this bill in the Rajya Sabha, and this is to extend the precedent's rule, viewers. Remember, this is coming in as we are in the monsoon session of the Parliament. Precedent's rule in Manipur has been extended for a period of 6 months, and the Home Minister will move this bill in the Rajya Sabha. In a statement, the Rajya Sabha Parliamentary Bulletin, Amit Shah, Minister of Home Affairs and Minister of Cooperation, have given notice of the following resolution, which has been admitted that this House approves the continuance in force of the proclamation dated the 13th Feb in respect of Manipur, issued under Article 356 of the Constitution by the President for a further period of 6 months with effect from 13th of August 2025. Okay, let's go ahead to Riyanka. Riyanka, huge update coming in. Home Minister will be moving the bill in the Rajya Sabha for extension of the President's rule in Manipur. Now, this is a very, very significant development that we will keep our eye on today.
Absolutely, Shivangi. We know that Manipur was marred by ethnic violence, and back when it was Chief Minister N. Biren Singh, he went ahead and resigned from his position on 9th of February this very year. And since then, 13th of February 2025, the President rule has been imposed in Manipur. Now, on the other hand, there has to be an extension that needs to be given to that, is what we understand was a resolution coming from the side of the centre, which is where Home Minister Amit Shah had given a notice to move this particular bill in the House, which has been approved by Rajya Sabha. And today, Home Minister Amit Shah will go ahead and move this particular bill in the Rajya Sabha in order to extend the precedent rule in Manipur for the upcoming 6 months. The date for this particular rule to be imposed is being told as 13th of August this very year. And on the other hand, this particular process includes where Home Minister will go ahead and move the bill, then the entire issue will be debated and then simultaneously passed. The same exercise will have to continue in the Lok Sabha as well, and which is when this particular rule will be further imposed in Manipur. So yes, we will be keeping a very close eye on Home Minister Amit Shah today in the Rajya Sabha, who will be going ahead and tabling this particular bill of extension of the President rule in the Rajya Sabha. And remember, it is the 5th day of the monsoon session. We already saw that the monsoon session has been marred by sloganeering from the side of the opposition on the Bihar SIR issue. But we have to wait and see how the important business, on the other hand, goes ahead in the parliament today, smoothly or not. That is something that we will have to wait and watch at around 11 a.m. this morning.
That is right, Priyanka. I'm very glad you brought out that point about the business of the House being conducted smoothly and fairly, given the fact that the opposition has been raising huge ruckus and disrupting the parliament, whether Rajya Sabha or the Lok Sabha, multiple times. So this will be very important, because very soon Home Minister will be moving that important resolution, and we have to wait and watch what will happen next.
Absolutely, Shivangi, as I rightly mentioned, that during the last 4 days of the monsoon session, we have seen that there were several adjournments made. In fact, yesterday as well, as soon as the Lok Sabha resumed for its business hours, there was a huge sloganeering and disruption that was seen from the side of the opposition. In fact, they went ahead and protested at the Makar Dwar of the parliament, asking for debate on the Bihar electoral revision voter list, and that is something that has been questioned by the opposition in terms of the electoral implications and constitutional implication of the Bihar SIR now, which has been brought in by the Election Commission. On the other hand, the Election Commission had also took a jibe on those who have been critical on this particular move by the EC. So we have to wait and see this morning at 11, because there are several bills that are in the pipeline, needs to be debated and talked about and then simultaneously passed. But when it comes to the opposition, if they continue to disrupt the House and continue with the sloganeering, no business can be properly done in the House. But on the other hand, when something so serious like Home Minister Amit Shah moving the bill for extension of President rule in Manipur is concerned, we have to wait and see whether or not the House functions.
That is right. So we're counting down to the session kicking off today, 11 a.m. onwards, Priyanka, because very important business will be conducted, and I'll be coming back to you for more on that. I really have to move ahead right now. We're getting some breaking news coming in. China's top diplomat Wang Yi meets with Pakistani Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir in Beijing, capital of China. And Wang Yi has so-called congratulated Munir on his recent appointment as Field Marshal, describing the Pakistani military as a steadfast guardian of national interest and a strong pillar of China-Pakistan friendship. Back-to-back is coming in right now on Republic TV. This is coming in as, once again, I repeat, China is reiterating its unwavering support for Pakistan. All right, let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us right now. Major General Rajan Kochur is joining us here on Republic TV. Major General, I want to ask you exactly what is happening here, because it's like two friends, so-called allies, congratulating each other for a development that the entire world suspects. And what India has said is absolutely untrue. They're congratulating each other. Two countries have been doing this. These two countries have been doing this for quite a while now. So-called friends.
You see, this Pakistan-China nexus has been visibly exposed during Operation Sindoor, as we also heard our Deputy Chief also mentioning that it was like a testing lab for the Chinese trying to test out their equipment in battlefield conditions. So it is now it's becoming more apparent that frequent visits of the military leadership to China as well as Chinese military leadership to Pakistan has been taking place. And also we are aware that there are a couple of joint ventures which China has established in Pakistan. JF-17 is one where this aircraft is being manufactured in Pakistan. And there is a tank project also of an MBT which China has taken up in Pakistan. So it is becoming very, very apparent that future wars, see, we have to look at now beyond Operation Sindoor and beyond the security situation what was existing earlier, because right now this will be an area of concern where we will find a greater nexus and cooperation between China and Pakistan, and we have to be prepared for that. And I think the world is also watching this. Yeah.
Major General, before I let you go, I just want to ask you if you could give us a very short reply on this, because it's very ironic. When these two met, when Munir meets the top China diplomat, as we can see, China is saying that we will help Pakistan combat all types of terrorism. Isn't it very ironic? Pakistan, terrorism, we know the relationship that these two share, where India has made it very clear on the international forum and other countries know that Pakistan is helping grow terror on its soil. Isn't it ironic, Major General?
You see, why it is ironic is that Chinese interests are getting affected. You see what is happening in Balochistan. And China is specifically referring to that situation because its CPEC is affected there. Almost $45 billion have been invested. It's a $65 billion project. And what we are hearing from Pakistan, almost every day, there is an attack on the security forces in Balochistan, and the BLF and the BLA are getting stronger by the day. So this is the main concern of China. China is not bothered about terrorism in Pakistan and things like that because China is looking at its own self-interest. And that is why it is telling Pakistan that we are with you to curb terrorism, because now it is directly affecting them. And that is why these statements are emanating from China.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Major General there. Rajan Kochar, expert for helping us understand what exactly is happening here. But I'm getting some more breaking updates coming in. Now, we see that there is a meeting which is due between FM Dar to meet U.S. Secretary of State to discuss bilateral ties. That is right. So we see the Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. By the way, I'm referring to Pakistan's Foreign Minister here. They will be discussing bilateral ties, other issues. And Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar will meet the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Friday to discuss bilateral ties as well as regional and global issues of mutual interest, the Foreign Office said on Thursday. Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar and the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio are set to hold talks saying that bilateral ties, regional and international issues as well as India-Pakistan relationship would be the top agenda. That is what we can expect from there. Well, I really want to go ahead and go to our guest who's joining us. Major General K.K. Sinha is joining us right now. And we see that there has been a so-called positive relationship between Pakistan and US. If you could just help us understand exactly what Pakistan is trying to achieve by having these so-called close relations with the US.
Good morning and Jai Hind. Pakistan and United States of America, it seems to be, again they are closing up. The reasons are very simple and very straight for the United States point of view and also from Pakistan point of view. We have to understand because these are pragmatic things and these are the strategic realities. First thing, why? Pakistan is still the most favored nation out of the NATO for the United States of America. Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Ishaq Dar, and also Marco Rubio meeting on this and discussing what is the strategic implication of this United States of America has got two compulsions to keep a good relation with Pakistan. First thing, and on the cost of India, that is what the underlying we have to understand. during the Operation Sindoor, we have seen the way Donald Trump, you just can't blame Donald Trump because these are Pentagon, policies which any president carries on. Pentagon still feels, and especially the Pacific Command, if you see, their head has been saying that the most important nation as per the allies is concerned is Pakistan. It is coming from the Pentagon, especially who's looking after the Indo-Pacific and Indian Ocean region. He has made before the Operation Sindoor. And what they have proved it on ground that, if they have to leverage it out, they leverage it with the Pakistan. Your chief of Asim Munir, being invited by Donald Trump directly in his, his White House when Prime Minister was in Canada, and they are trying to get, Prime Minister on board that he also comes over there. These are the, games, USA plays. But India has to actually, and India is playing its game very well because USA requires Pakistan for, they have to also see that, when they balance China, when they have to actually get something done, which they can't do it with any one country, they use Pakistan. This is one frontline state, they use it. The frontline state is also for Afghanistan, and if you see that the way things are building up in West Asia, America has to keep this Pakistan, under their own flap, and Pakistan is ready to do that. And the double game they want to play it, and Pakistan plays very well. And America will use it if they have to use it against, China. And Pakistan will play, even in that case. India will never fall in play. Because India has got a country, India has got a strategic autonomy, and we are doing very well. So this is what is reality on ground. The second thing, we have to understand why it is when they are trying to corner India. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Major General. We will come back to the story because we see that Pakistan is again trying some new tricks here. I really have to move ahead right now. Prime Minister Modi departed for the Maldives from the UK. The Prime Minister is on a two-day state visit to the island nation from today at the invitation of the Maldivian President. And this is a big story we're tracking right now on Republic TV as we see a lot can be expected. This is a trip which also is pointing towards turnaround of ties between the two nations. And right now, we are getting these pictures coming in of PM Modi in Maldives today, where a lot is on the agenda. After a very successful diplomatic visit to the UK, PM Modi is in Maldives, kicking off the second leg of his two-nation tour. PM Modi's visit is very important, signaling a major diplomatic reset between India and Maldives. PM Modi is visiting Maldives at President's invitation, Maldivian President's invitation, and he will be the chief guest at the Maldives' 60th Independence Day celebrations. Okay, let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us right now. We have with us, joining us, Professor Madhav Nalapat, geopolitical expert, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here. Professor, what I want to ask you is that exactly, did you just see, and this is something we'll talk about, did you just see that from the India Out campaign, looks like that the president here, Maldivian president, is having second thoughts. Now they want to make India their ally. Now they want to reset ties. They are even calling PM Modi as a chief guest for the Independence Day celebrations. What do you think really happened there, Professor?
Look, the fact of the matter is the Prime Minister is coming to the Maldives after a royal reception in the UK. He got a royal reception there in the UK, and it is very clear Prime Minister Modi understands the geopolitics of the present situation. He knows what is happening. He knows the effort that's been made by China and has to basically try and have dominance over the Indo-Pacific, with something which India cannot allow. Maldives is a very important component of that. Let's not underestimate the visit. Maldives may be small in size, but is very big in terms of strategic importance to India, especially, and to the entire security of that zone of the Indo-Pacific. Prime Minister Modi, I'm very glad that President Muizu has realized that Maldives' prosperity depends on India, not on any other country. whether it is tourism, whether it's other matters, the prosperity of Maldives depends on India. And making him the guest for 60th Independence Day celebration is a very great honor, which I think shows a remarkable foresight on the part of President Muizu. Prime Minister understands the great political game being played now, the great geopolitical game being played now, and he is playing a very active role in that game. So as far as the Maldives is concerned, the point is Maldives should be part of the chain of democracies, building a wall against authoritarian forces. Maldives should not join the authoritarian forces. Pakistan is already part of that. As far as the US is concerned, well, the US, frankly, has got many levers to deal with Pakistan. And public diplomacy is one thing, private diplomacy is another. As far as India is concerned, India is indispensable in the security of the broader Indo-Pacific, absolutely indispensable. The United States knows that, the UK knows that, Europe knows that, all the African countries know that, and frankly, under Prime Minister Modi, we are widening our ambit hugely into Africa, into South America, into the Gulf. The Gulf has become a very close friend of India. And in that situation, the turnaround by Maldives is very welcome. And I congratulate President Muizu on this turnaround, because it's good for the people of Maldives, good for India, and good for security in the Indo-Pacific.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Professor Narendra, joining us there, where we are just counting down for that very important visit of the Prime Minister. And a lot is on the plate today. Let's move ahead right now, viewers, because as India is commemorating the 26th Kargil Vijay Diwas, Republic brings you an exclusive ground report from Dras, the very land where heroes wrote history with their courage and sacrifice, from a major infrastructure push in the region to untold stories of bravery that never made the headlines. We bring you powerful voices and moving tributes to the real heroes of Kargil. Here's that special report.
As India commemorates Kargil Vijay Diwas, the rugged terrains of Dras, once a battleground of the 1999 Kargil War, are undergoing remarkable transformation. Along the Srinagar-Leh highway, a corridor that bore witness to the bravery of Indian soldiers, a vibrant infrastructural boom is reshaping the region's landscape. Extensive road widening and leveling projects are carving smoother, safer paths through towering Himalayas.
This is one of the Zojila tunnels out where you see the construction work is going on, and once this tunnel is completed, it will connect Gagangir, Sonmarg's Gagangir with Dras, and it is going to be only 40 minutes journey, which earlier would take hours. And the kind of telecommunication, the towers that has been established, that tells you that yes, you are connected with your loved ones, because earlier the connection was not there, the telecommunication was not there, the roads were not there, the tunnels, but now you see everything is there when we talk about the infrastructural push.
Modern tunnels are reducing travel time and enhancing connectivity, ensuring that the harsh winters no longer isolate Dras and its surrounding areas. Checkpoints and surveillance systems have been bolstered, offering safety to residents and tourists. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Barkat Ali Nizami, who served during the Kargil War as the Naib Tehsildar of Dras, recounted harrowing details. He said that the Dras once coldest inhabited region became a fiery battleground.
न कोई रात थी न दिन था शलिंग का, न सुबह थी न शाम था, बस
Getting some big images coming in right now from Rajasthan. This is a huge update. Roof of a primary school collapses. Many children are fear trapped. Very unfortunate developing news story, viewers. This has just come in. Rescue operations are underway. We're getting you these initial pictures. This is coming in from Jhalawar in Rajasthan. We are getting some inputs which are very, very fresh. So as we get those inputs, As we get those inputs, we'll tell you exactly what is happening. This is Jhalawar from Rajasthan, where a roof of a primary school has collapsed. And this is a primary school, so there are many small children there. From the initial updates we're getting, many children are feared trapped. Rescue and relief operations are underway. Okay, so we have one more set of visuals coming in right now. It's a school wall and a roof which has collapsed in Rajasthan. And right now the effort is on to rescue children who might be trapped inside, underneath this rubble. Rescue operations are right now continuing on Republic TV. We're getting you these pictures, trying to understand the latest updates coming in. This is a government school building which collapsed, and the accident occurred at a school, the Pip Lodi Government School. The rescue operations are continuing. We're still waiting for more details to come in right now, viewers, as to what exactly has happened so far. This is a story that is just coming in. A school wall building in Rajasthan has collapsed. 60 students are feared trapped. I repeat, we're coming to know some numbers now. 60 students are feared trapped. The roof of the government higher primary school building has collapsed. Many children are feared to be underneath it. 60 students are feared to be trapped underneath. The work of removing the debris is going on with the help of the JCB. The injured children are being brought to Manohar Thana, CSC, and the information of death of some children is being received. Officials, including police, have reached the spot. So this is initial information that we're getting for our viewers. So the focus is primarily on making sure that the children who are feared to be trapped underneath will be rescued. Okay, we're getting some more updates coming in right now. There is an initial number coming in on the death toll. Unfortunately, viewers, the information on the death toll is 3. Coming to know that 3 have the 3 fatalities coming in from this unfortunate incident. The information on death of some children has been received, and the death toll right now stands at 3. But still, the effort is on to rescue those 60 children who are feared trapped under the debris. Rescue teams have rushed to the spot to carry out the operation, which is extremely important because it's a race against time to rescue these children. We're coming to know the school roof collapsed. The reason for the collapse is not yet ascertained. The reason for the collapse is not yet ascertained as to what exactly led to the roof and the wall of the school collapsing. But it has posed a very dangerous situation. From what we understand, 60 children, 60 students are feared trapped underneath the debris. And as per the pictures we're getting for our viewers, we're still trying to understand what exactly is happening in terms of the structure collapsing. But from what it looks like a huge part of that school has collapsed. It's not a small part. As you can clearly see that this is a huge collapse, and multiple structures have collapsed inwards, trapping those children underneath. As you can clearly see, it's a huge area, which means that this incident is very serious, and many children are still collapsed. You can see that a lot of people have arrived there, a lot of locals have arrived there, and with their bare hands, according to the visuals that we are seeing right now, they're trying to move the big boulders, they're trying to move the stones and the broken pieces of the roof and the school wall. It's a race against time. It's a race against time, viewers. This is the roof of the government higher primary school building, which has collapsed. Many children are feared trapped. 60 students feared trapped, according to the initial numbers that we're getting right now. The work of removing the debris is going on. So even though these pictures are showing that hands are being used of the locals, to remove the stones and the boulders and the debris. We're coming to know that there are JCBs which have also reached. They're using machines now. The new information is that they're using machines now to remove those broken pieces and rescue the children who are still trapped underneath. This incident happened not too far back. It happened earlier in the morning itself. Unfortunately, there is a number on the death toll so far. Three students, we understand, have not been able to survive this unfortunate incident. Some of the injured have already been moved to the hospital for further treatment. This is a developing news story, viewers. So we are still waiting for more information to come in. But once this roof collapsed of the school, the first responders were the locals and the villagers who tried to rescue the students who are trapped under the debris. The injured have now been admitted to nearby health centers. Okay, now we are getting a third set now. We're getting some more perspectives, more visuals coming in right now, viewers, on your screen, where you can see this is another perspective, and you can see that the kind of debris on the ground, which is showing the scale of this collapse. There's a huge area which is definitely collapsed. It's very obvious from there. Almost an entire school building has collapsed. And the villagers and locals reached the spot first. We can hear that there are a lot of cries, a lot of panic there, because it's a race against time. We can see many people have reached there. The villagers have reached there to dig out the children. It's a breaking news development, so we are still waiting for more information to come in on the story. But from what we understand, that the JCBs have also been deployed. And the officials have also reached. The police have reached the spot. Okay, we have Mahesh, our correspondent, joining us. Mahesh, आप हमको बोल सकते हैं कि अभी क्या हो रहा है? रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, पुलिस है वहाँ पे, ऑफिशियल्स भी वहाँ पर हैं. अभी क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे?
जी, मैं आपको ये जानकारी देना चाहूँगा. ये झालावाड़ का मामला है राजस्थान में, जहाँ पर मनोर थाना के अंतर्गत पीपलोदा जगह है, जहाँ पर बरसात अधिक होने की वजह से स्कूल की जो छत है वो गिर गई है. तो अभी तक घायलों की संख्या ज्यादा है, तो लगता है कि मौत का जो आंकड़ा है वो भी बढ़ सकता है. तो धीरे धीरे रेस्क्यू चल रहा है. प्रशासन के सारे लोग पहुंच गए हैं वहाँ पर और कार्रवाई जारी है.
ओके, महेश, एक बार हमको बोलिए कि आपको क्या दिख रहा है वहाँ पे?
दिख यही रहा है कि रेस्क्यू चल रहा है. गांव के आसपास के जो लोग हैं वो भी सारे मदद कर रहे हैं एक दूसरे की, और जल्दी रेस्क्यू करके कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि जितने बच्चे दबे हुए हैं उनको जल्दी निकाल लिया जाए और सबको हॉस्पिटल भेज दिया जाए.
महेश, कितने बच्चे रेस्क्यू हो गए हैं? आपको दिख रहे हैं बच्चे वहाँ पे? कितने बच्चे रेस्क्यू हो गए हैं अभी तक?
रेस्क्यू का अगर माना जाए तो कम से कम ये माना जा रहा है कि कम से कम 20 से 25 बच्चों को बाहर निकाल लिया गया है जो गंभीर घायल है. 10 के आसपास उनको हॉस्पिटल भेजा गया है एडमिट कराने के लिए.
अच्छा, तो अभी आपको पता है कि कितने बच्चे अभी तक नीचे फंसे हुए हैं? क्योंकि बहुत सारा डेब्री दिख रहा है, ये बहुत बड़ा स्ट्रक्चर दिख रहा है जो कोलैप्स हो गया था.
बच्चों की जो संख्या है वो 60 के आसपास बताई जा रही है. तो प्रशासन भी जल्दी काम कर रहा है, इससे जल्दी बच्चों को बाहर निकाल लिया जाए.
महेश, और ये भी बोले कि वहाँ पे कौन ऑफिशियल्स वहाँ पे आए हैं? पुलिस वहाँ पर है, पुलिस क्या बोल रही है?
पुलिस की जहाँ तक अभी तक कोई ऑथेंटिक बाइट उन्होंने दी नहीं है, पर उनका कहना यह है कि बरसात अधिक होने की वजह से, और ये जो बिल्डिंग थी काफी पुरानी थी, जिस वजह से ये गिर गई और बच्चे जो सुबह स्कूल गए थे पढ़ाई करने के लिए वो 60 बच्चे नीचे दब गए. मतलब उनका रेस्क्यू किया जा रहा है. प्रशासन के सारे लोग पहुंच चुके हैं. कलेक्टर वहाँ पर है, एसपी वहाँ पर है, और जो स्थानीय जो नेता है वो भी वहाँ पर पहुंच गए हैं, जिससे जल्दी जल्दी कार्रवाई की जाए और बच्चों को बाहर निकाला जाए।
अच्छा, आपको वहाँ पे कोई मशीन्स दिख रहे हैं? मशीन्स यूज हो रहे हैं, वो बड़े बड़े जो मशीन्स होते हैं,
मशीन
जेसीबी
की
मशीन?
मदद से, जेसीबी की मशीन की सहायता से उनको बाहर निकाला जा रहा है।
अच्छा, तो अभी आप बोल रहे थे कि ये स्कूल बहुत पुराना स्कूल था, उसके जो स्ट्रक्चर्स बहुत पुराने थे इसलिए कोलैप्स हो गया था?
अगर देखा जाए तो स्कूल काफी पुराना बना हुआ था। बिल्डिंग को बने हुए 20 से 25 साल हो गए थे और ये बिल्डिंग मतलब सरकारी, देखा जाए तो सरकारी जो ठेकेदार ने इसको बनाया था, वो ये बिल्डिंग इतनी मजबूत नहीं थी कि इतना मतलब ज्यादा वजन झेल कर सके।
अच्छा, आप अभी वहाँ पर हैं, तो अभी जो पेरेंट्स जो है इन बच्चों के, उनसे आपने बात की है, वो क्या बोल रहे हैं?
यहाँ का माहौल अगर देखा जाए तो माहौल बड़ा गंभीर हुआ है। मतलब एक दूसरे पे मतलब लोगों में है ना, मतलब एक तरह से वो माहौल खराब हुआ है। लोग अपने अपने लोगों को बचाने की, बच्चों को बचाने की पूरी कोशिश करने में लगे हुए हैं।
अच्छा, एक मिनट होल्ड ऑन महेश, बिकॉज पिक्चर्स आ रहे हैं और in these pictures, viewers, as you can see that now the machines have been brought in. You can see the JCB machines have been brought in, and with the help of the JCB machines, you can see that the broken pieces, which are quite heavy by the way, they are being pushed out. Mahesh is with us. Mahesh is telling us that some children are already rescued, but many of them still remain trapped underneath the debris. He also told us that the school structure was quite old, and that possibly, I repeat, possibly, because investigation will confirm that later, could be the reason why this entire school structure has collapsed. एक महेश, आप अभी हमारे साथ हैं, एक बार हमको ये स्कूल के बारे में बोलिए, कितना बड़ा स्कूल था, कितने बच्चे थे, और क्या पूरा स्कूल गिर गया है क्या?
स्कूल पहली से लेकर 8वीं तक की कक्षा का था और सारे बच्चे स्कूल में चले गए थे। क्लास चल रही थी, तो क्लास चल रही थी, उसी समय छत गिरी है और सारे बच्चे एक साथ नीचे दब गए। उसके बाद जब गांव वाले लोगों को पता चला कि छत के नीचे बच्चे दब गए हैं, तो उन्होंने प्रशासन को इन्फॉर्म किया और उससे पहले गांव के सारे लोग लग गए थे बच्चों को निकालने में। बच्चों को बाहर निकालने का रेस्क्यू शुरू कर दिया था उन्होंने। प्रशासन जैसे ही आया, जेसीबी की मशीन के द्वारा बच्चों को जो मलबा था उसको बाहर निकालने की कोशिश की गई। जब ऑन स्पॉट देखा गया तो 3 बच्चों की उसी समय मौत हो चुकी थी। बाकी बच्चों जो गंभीर घायल थे उनको हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराया गया, तो 10 से 15 के बीच में संख्या बताई जा रही है।
अच्छा महेश, मैं आपको भी थैंक कर रही हूँ। मैं वापस आऊंगी आपके पास, हमारे लिए रिपोर्टिंग करते रहिए स्पॉट से। आई वांट टू गो बैक टू माय कॉलीग हु इज जॉइनिंग अस एज वेल। वी आर बीइंग जॉइन्ड राइट नाउ बाय Aishwarya, who is joining us from our Republic newsroom. It's a major tragedy that has unfolded, Aishwarya. These are some initial inputs, because as the rescue operations are continuing, Republic is getting our viewers minute by minute updates. So what we know so far is that the school structure has collapsed. It's a big school structure. Some children have been rescued, but many are still trapped underneath. Officials have reached, and JCB machines are being used. Now, initially, the villagers themselves are trying to pull out the children. Aishwarya.
Absolutely. Those visuals that we are getting from, on Republic TV, you can see that there is a huge structure that has collapsed. Remember, the entire North India, we are witnessing a lot of rains. In the state of Rajasthan also, there has been incessant rainfall in the region for many days now. And this structure probably must have been not a little weak that led to this entire collapse. But what we are saying is that this is a Friday, so which means that it is a working day for students. The school was open, and there must have been a lot of students inside studying when the incident happened. And we can see these visuals. The locals from the nearby areas were the first ones to rush in, and they were the ones who helped in removing some of the debris and ensuring that the students are made to leave the place, leave the premises, and the injured be taken to
to the nearby hospitals. And after the locals who ensured, the some removal of the debris, thereafter the other officials in the administration rushed into the spot. And what we are seeing on our screen is the rescue work that is going on. And one can see that there's a lot of debris, scattered everywhere. And of course, locals there helping and ensuring that the students and making sure and looking for any student or the children who might have been trapped under the debris. And we can see now that rescue work is going on. There are big machines that have been brought to the spot so that this entire debris can be removed as soon as possible, so that we have to make sure that there is no kid, no student who is trapped under the debris. And in these circumstances, the time becomes very, very essential. The sooner one is able to remove the debris from the area, the easier it is to rescue, and the time of saving lives, of course, shortens. So those visuals there from Jhalawar in Rajasthan, we can see those visuals. The rescue operation continues.
Shaurya, we are getting initial information coming in right now, and we'll try to put some numbers for our viewers, but from what we understand is that we're still waiting for confirmations and numbers to come in, but at least 60 children were feared trapped. It's a very large area. It's very obvious it's a very large area. It's a very large area which has collapsed, which has put a lot of lives in danger. And 3 fatalities have been confirmed so far, but that number could go up. JCB machines are being used to pull out the debris and to remove the debris so the children can be rescued. Many children have been rescued. Some of them have been taken to the hospital for treatment. At least 60 students were inside the premises when this incident happened. Ashurya, I'm coming back to you right now because we will be looking for more information. There's nothing official in terms of what caused the collapse, but we do know that the structure was all according to our reporter who was on the ground, Ashurya.
Absolutely. And Shivangi, what is more important at this point in time to understand that when it rains incessantly, there's a large rains really that happen. Then there is a risk of such buildings collapsing. We'll get you all the updates on this big story. School roof has collapsed in Rajasthan. There have been children who have died, and rescue operation continues. We'll get you all the updates on that big story after a short break. Stay tuned, viewers.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
Getting you some more breaking updates coming in. We are tracking this developing story coming in from Rajasthan, where unfortunate tragedy has unfolded, viewers. We're still waiting for more updates as to how many children still remain trapped, but we do know there were at least 60 students in the premises, and they are feared trapped underneath the debris after a wall and a roof and the structure of the school has collapsed. I want to go back to Aishwarya right now. Aishwarya, this is coming in because the school opened, and this is a developing story. The school opened, and just after the school opening, the structure has collapsed. Rescue operations are underway. The police are at the spot. Officials are at the spot. JCB machines were used. But once this incident occurred, and it was the villagers and the locals who started pulling out the children and trying to move the debris with their hands. Aishwarya.
Shivangi, very, very tragic incident there in Jhalawar in Rajasthan. It is a primary school that we are talking about, which means the children in this school are going to be maybe below the years of 11 years, and these are little kids. And when the structure must have come down, it would have must have led to a huge panic because these are little kids that we are talking about, and they must have run, and they must have scrambled for areas to move out. And amid all the confusion, a lot of students, a lot of these kids must have been buried into the debris. And we understand that now the operation, those visuals we can see on our TV screens, that the operation is continuing to remove that huge debris. And what we do know right now, we don't know the number, but there are students that are feared to be still trapped below the debris. And that is why this entire huge operation is continuing. We do know that about 3 to 4 kids have died in that tragic incident in Jhalawar in Rajasthan. It is the monsoon season, and we understand that the structure was in a dilapidated state. It was an old structure. The school building was in a bad state, and due to incessant rainfall in the area for the last many days, the structure must have caved in. But tragically, this incident happened on a Friday morning when school was open, which means the students must have been inside their classes. They must have been sitting there studying. And at that time, when the structure caved in, it would have been very, very shocking and sudden for the students to sort of take cover. And that led to a lot of students being buried really in the debris. So at the moment, we can see the visuals. Many locals there were the first ones to rush, and they were trying to remove the debris with their bare hands, and still we can see a lot of locals there still trying to remove the debris. But it's a huge debris that we are talking about. These are cement, these are bricks, and it will take some time even for the big machines to remove that from the area.
We're getting some more updates coming in where 3 to 4 students have died. So the police is saying, Aishwarya. We're also coming to know that former Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot has put this post up. I'll just read it out for our viewers because we're getting some initial information. In Rajasthan, reports are coming in of a government school building collapsing, causing casualties among several children and teachers. I pray to God for minimal loss of life and a speedy recovery for the injured. So this is a post which has been put up on social media platform X of the former Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot. They're tracking the story very closely, and it's a very unfortunate incident which is coming in right now. 3 to 4 students have died. This is what the police has confirmed so far. We will be tracking the story because initial numbers and reports are coming in. Okay, let's move ahead.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Getting you some more updates coming in, viewers. AIMIM leader Shaukat Ali alleged special treatment for the Kawar pilgrims in BJP ruled UP and Uttarakhand. The AIMIM UP chief said National highways are being closed to allow passage to Kavadiyas, while they were also being treated to a petal shower. Claimed that the Muslims, on the other hand, who are forced to offer namaz on roads because the crowded mosques were being reprimanded. Three criminals who managed to escape during an encounter with the police on Wednesday were nabbed during routine checks by the men in uniform, while one of the criminals was caught during the exchange of fire with the police. The other three were at large. A reward of Rs 25,000 each was announced for information, leading to the capture of the three absconding criminals. Himachal leader of opposition Jairam Thakur said the BJP state leadership stood with the people who bore the brunt of the monsoon fury and made a significant contribution to atone for their losses. The former Himachal chief minister said a single night of rainfall and the cloudburst, it triggered claimed 42 lives, inflicting damage to property worth approximately 1,000 crores. Viewers, let's move ahead right now. Low-lying areas and water bodies along the Indo-Pakistan international border are under close watch, with heavy rains in the area raising fears of flooding. Amid the looming threat of flooding, the BSF has deployed its water wing to thwart any infiltration attempts. Here's a quick report.
The BSF has deployed its water wing to thwart possible infiltration attempts through water channels amid heavy rains and rising water levels in low-lying areas along the Pakistan border. A red alert has been sounded after heavy rains in the area raised fears of flooding. According to officials, low-lying areas and water bodies along the international border are under close watch.
We are with the water wing of the Border Security Force, the elite unit of the Border Security Force that is specially trained to tackle the challenges that comes in the marine. Yes, right now we are here at one of the water bodies that flows from India to Pakistan, and since this is the monsoon season and the western disturbances have already stepped in, the water level that usually remains at around 7 feet has now gone beyond 25 feet, and that makes it really challenging. Each and every movement that is taking place from across the border close to their areas, so that if the adversary, that is Pakistan, and cannot be trusted, tries to make any attempt, they can be foiled well within the time.
The BSF has intensified its patrolling, especially focusing on the threat of infiltration by hostile elements taking advantage of the rising water levels. Not just this, specialized patrol boats have also been deployed to watch the waterways. All sensitive points are being scanned and manned by the BSF round the clock to ensure no infiltration attempt goes undetected.
And viewers, a bunch coming right up. We are live and breaking. US's doublespeak exposed yet again after giving terror attack TRF. US Secretary of State to now meet Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar. And Pakistan-China nexus out. China's top diplomat Wang Yi meets Pakistani Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir in Beijing.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Republic Jack Olival studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
United States doublespeak exposed yet again after giving terror attack to TRF. The United States Secretary of State to now meet Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar. Pakistan-China nexus out in the open. China's top diplomat Wang Yi meets Pakistani Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir in Beijing. 60 children fear trapped after the roof of primary school in Jayawar, Rajasthan collapses. Rescue operations are currently underway. No plan to remove socialist and secular from the preamble, says the law minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi departs for Maldives. Resetting of diplomatic ties is on the agenda. 2-day of Kargil Vijay Diwas celebrations is set to begin today. Heroes of Operation Vijay to be honoured. Edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the special intensive revision. We now learn after Bihar, Election Commission of India has ordered special intensive revision of electoral rolls, slated to begin with the special intensive revision in the entire country for the discharge of its constitutional mandate to protect the integrity of the electoral rolls. The schedule for SIR in the rest of the country will be issued in due course of time. That's the big news break that's coming in. The Election Commission, setting the record straight, has now ordered for a nationwide revision of a voter list. They say that the move is aimed to integrate all the voters and to leave out the fake voters. This is a nationwide exercise that is going to begin soon. A huge political firestorm is expected because remember, when we talk about Bihar, the Bihar State Assembly as well as the Parliament was already rocked when the special intensive revision list issue was taken up. The opposition alleges that it is an attempt by the Election Commission to give an upper hand to the BJP when it comes to elections. Slowly and steadily, we got news of how the special intensive revision exercise will be done in Jammu, could have been done in West Bengal as well. But now the big news break is that the SIR exercise will be done nationwide. Gopi, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast on that top story. Gopi, a huge news break indeed. Nationwide SIR, that is the revision of voter list, will be done. The Election Commission says this is done to integrate all the voters together. What are your sources in the Election Commission telling you?
In fact, Tanisha, our sources within ECI had in fact confirmed this yesterday itself, that this exercise is going to happen pan-India. Just to tell our viewers that it is a routine exercise which is done by the Election Commission of India as per the constitutional provision and representation of People's Act of 1950. This is an exercise which is done to remove bogus and duplicate voters. While the opposition, we have been seeing, have been raising questions against this particular SIR which is being done in Bihar, and now it is going to happen in poll-bound states. That is what we are learning from our sources, that next is West Bengal and Jammu and Kashmir, while it is also going to happen pan-India. But just to tell our viewers that it is an exercise which has been done 9 times previously, and it is a constitutional provision, and in fact ECI is responsible to do this, to remove the bogus and duplicate voters. Back to you, Tanisha.
Right, Gopi, thank you very much for getting us those details. Remains to be seen on how this story turns out politically. For now, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking, and this is about the United States' double speak. The Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Ishaq Dar, is all set to meet the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, to discuss bilateral ties and issues of Pakistan. Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar will meet the Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Friday, that is today, to discuss bilateral ties as well as quote-unquote regional and global issues of mutual interest. This is what the Foreign Office of Marco Rubio has said. Remember, when we talk about US's doublespeak, this is the same Ishaq Dar who had defended the TRF, saying that yes, he did an attempt to remove TRF's name from the list when it comes to attack on Pahalgam. Soon, just weeks after that, we saw, in fact, how the United States had given a terror tag to TRF, a big global move, in fact, and everybody hailed the move. But today, what we see is that the United States Secretary of State is all ready to meet the same man, Ishaq Dar, who had defended TRF. On that note, I'm being joined by Major General Shashi Asthana on the phone line. Major General, this is a clear-cut case of how diplomatic and how hypocritic is the United States being. First, they give a terror tag to the TRF, and then they meet the same man, Ishaq Dar, the Deputy Prime Minister of Pakistan, the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, who had defended TRF's role in Pahalgam. Your first take on that?
See, United States, their behavior as far as Pakistan is concerned is subject to the geopolitical situation which is happening in context of Iran. See, what has happened is that after the tensions with Iran and exchanges with Iran, United States strategically thought that there may be a case where there can be an option to perhaps get into a war with Iran, because there was a possibility like that. And in case there was a possibility, then the only land route of logistics as well as support, as well as use of the air bases, is from Pakistan. Because the other side, they are not very much keen to give them the kind of support. The other countries are not very much keen. So therefore, their attitude towards Pakistan changed gravely. And when we had Op Sindoor, United States considers it as a form of disruption because how it happened, because that was something which happened beyond their control. Now what has happened is USA has been double speaking on everything. Their hypocrisy is very well known when it comes to terrorism as well as all other factors, because if they can, shall I say, embrace Golani and Al-Shara, now Al-Shara, and make him the leader of Syria and forego all his credentials with Al-Qaeda, then they could perhaps embrace anybody and change anybody's status. So it is United States is thinking that it is perhaps in their.
Well, absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Point noted, sir. This story remains as one of our talk focus. But what is also interesting to note is at a time when the United Secretary of State is meeting Ishaq Dar, the China and Pakistan nexus has also been out in the open. Now, this is a picture that has been clicked in Beijing that will be on your screen in just a moment from now, where China's top diplomat Wang Yi has met with the Pakistan Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir in Beijing, the capital of China. Now, Wang Yi congratulated Munir on his recent appointment as a field marshal, describing the Pakistani military as a steadfast guardian of national interest and a strong pillar of China-Pakistan friendship. So, China is out and open there, supporting Pakistan. Asim Munir there on your screens meeting a top diplomat in China. On your screen on the first window is the Dutch China missile that was fired by Pakistan that had completely failed, the Shaheen 2 missile. And on the second hand is the picture of their meeting in Beijing. Asim Munir, the army chief of Pakistan, meeting with the top Chinese diplomat. We are also being joined by Major Samapar Tur. Major, this is a classic case of how China and Pakistan have been friends for a very long time, have been trying to plot against India, but have always failed.
You see, right now, Pakistan's worries are now drying up, especially with the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. The water levels are drastically going down. This is the season where the farmers are supposed to, sow their crops, the new saplings. They are not being able to do it. They are sensing trouble by December. They will be in dire need of water. Secondly, due to Pakistan's pressurizing of China in terms of the Indus Water Treaty abeyance, China is now allotted billions of dollars for their water project and a dam to be built in Tibet on the Brahmaputra River. So I somehow feel that, yes, this is a tit-for-tat diplomacy effort which is being done by Pakistan. But one of the biggest news is that there is a milestone in the struggle for Balochistan's independence where soft surrender has started. Yesterday, 800 Pakistani paramilitary personnel have surrendered to the Baloch locals, and majority of the checkpoints have been abandoned, and it is officially confirmed that there has been desertion of the Pakistan paramilitary force. And as a result, the Frontier Corps has, given up their uniforms. Their I-cards have been submitted to the local Balochistan warlords. So this is a soft surrender and a matter of very big worry for the CPEC project. So the main reason for Asif Munir to go and meet China is to give them a very sad and a shocking feedback that majority of the forces of Pakistan are now doing in Balochistan, and it is a big blow to the. And probably to counter this issue, he has probably gone to China to seek help, to seek more attack helicopters, because the Americans have denied them.
who has landed in Malé in Maldives. The Prime Minister embarked on a pivotal two-day visit to Maldives, marking the first state visit under President Mohamed Muizzu, with key agendas including economic partnerships and developmental projects. This visit aims to strengthen ties amidst shifting geopolitical dynamics. The first visuals of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi landing in Malé are on your screens right now. The Prime Minister, remember, departed for Maldives from the United Kingdom on Thursday after concluding his first leg of the two-nation visit. The Prime Minister is on a two-day state visit to the island nation from today at the invitation of the Maldivian President. Prime Minister is at the Velena International Airport right now. It's nearly 10:12 a.m. IST. Now, during his visit, the Prime Minister will be the guest of honor at the 60th Independence Day celebrations of the Maldives, and this is going to be tomorrow, that is the 26th of July. The Prime Minister's state visit also happens to be the first state visit of a head of government that President Muizzu is hosting in his presidency since he assumed the office in November 2023. Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, joins us on the phone line on that. Abhishek, resetting of the diplomatic ties certainly stays as one of the agenda for the Prime Minister as far as his Maldives visit is concerned.
Well, one would say a reset has already happened, Tanisha, and a good measure of which is the fact that Prime Minister becomes first head of the state to be invited as a state guest, or head of the government invited as a state guest during Maldives National Day celebrations, which are slated for tomorrow. Maldives completes 60 years as an independent nation, also 60 years of their diplomatic relationship with India. And this is significant that President Muizzu, along with his top cabinet, which includes its foreign minister, defense minister, finance minister, and interior minister, they have all come to receive the Prime Minister at the airport, as can be seen in the pictures. This is same Mohamed Muizzu who had run his presidential campaign on India Out plank or platform, and in fact had led a very acerbic and angry campaign against India to become president. Subsequently, we saw he broke from tradition and did not make India his first foreign visit. In fact, he went to Dubai to participate in the COP28, and then I believe he went to China. But subsequently, some deft diplomacy, ably shepherded by Prime Minister himself, has really brought this turnaround. At that time, newspapers, not just in India but worldwide, were writing about how Maldives has slipped out of India's hand, and that it is going to be pivoting against India under Mohamed Muizzu. But this is a very different picture the world is seeing now, when almost the entire top cabinet of President Muizzu has come to receive Prime Minister personally. It took a lot of patience. It took a lot of observation. It took a lot of engagement and Prime Minister's deft diplomacy, as I mentioned. So, for example, despite all the anti-India campaign that Muizzu ran, the moment he became president, Prime Minister Modi became the first world leader to congratulate him. And then subsequently, he was invited during the oath-taking ceremony of Prime Minister for the third term last year in June. And then he was again invited as on a state visit in October last year. And since then, India has provided both lines of credit and currency swap measures. It has provided debt rollover and of treasury bills of Maldives, and effectively sustained Maldives in a manner that Maldives has avoided becoming bankrupt or going bankrupt, almost like a Sri Lanka kind of situation. So in that sense, I think it's a big diplomatic achievement for the Modi government to have turned around a neighboring nation and to make sure that for whatever reasons of internal politics, Mohamed Muizzu had taken the position that he did. Subsequently, after coming to power, he and his government have realized that India remains their best friend in the neighborhood. India remains a first responder in any crisis, be it financial or otherwise. And Prime Minister over the next day and a half in Maldives is going to, in fact, be inaugurating a lot of development projects, including the newly built international airport terminal and a couple of housing projects and water supply projects. In fact, there was a time Maldives water systems failed, and India sent in its aircraft carrier with water supplies to make sure that the nation survived and sustained. So I think people there realize, and even those days of internal politics which led to an anti-India position of Mohammad Muizzu personally are over, and we are going to see over the next 2 days a lot of exchange and bonhomie between the two sides, essentially as a product of patience, forbearance, and the kind of engagement that the Modi government did with the Muizzu government, Tanisha.
Right, Abhishek. Thank you very much for joining us here, getting us those inside details on what the Prime Minister's agenda is going to be. In fact, we're getting in some performances live from Malé. Let's listen in to that. All right, so those were the live visuals of the Prime Minister who has just landed in Malé in Maldives. He was seen with President Mohammad Muizzu, who will be assisting him in his future stay in Maldives. Remember, this is a historic visit of the Prime Minister that comes after India had reset ties with Maldives. It is aimed to strengthen the ties between Maldives and India. The Prime Minister there, who will be attending the Independence Day honor. In fact, the ex-Maldivian Prime Minister also had praised India ahead of the Prime Minister Modi's first visit after diplomatic tensions. And the former Foreign Minister of Maldives had hailed India ahead of the state visit by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi on July 25-26. It was Abdullah Shahid who said in his public statement that New Delhi is always the first responder whenever Maldives dials for international help. Ahead of the state visit of the Indian Prime Minister that was scheduled, it was back-to-back compliments that the Prime Minister had received from the Maldivian ministers, a showcasing of how Maldives is welcoming the Prime Minister with open arms. All right, chants of Vande Mataram go out loud in the air as the Prime Minister greets the little ones in Malé in Maldives. He is being flanked by the Maldivian Prime Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had departed from Maldives yesterday, that is Thursday night, wrapping up the United Kingdom leg of his two-nation tour. He will be on a state visit to the island nation from July 25 to 26 at the invitation of the Maldivian President Mohammad Muizzu. During his visit, the Prime Minister will attend the Maldives' 60th Independence Day celebration as the guest of honor, a moment that also marks 60 years of diplomatic relations between India and Maldives. In fact, the Ministry of External Affairs had posted on X where they said it is a landmark visit to the United Kingdom that concludes elevating India-UK trade and economic ties to new heights. Prime Minister Narendra Modi emplanes for the second leg of his tour, that is Maldives. Now, what's on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen? India's High Commissioner to the Maldives had underscored the deep-rooted ties between the two countries, describing the Maldives as a key partner in India's neighborhood-first policy and its Mahasagar vision for regional security and growth. Now, during the visit, Prime Minister Modi will be meeting and holding bilateral meetings with the President of Maldives, and inaugurate several India-assisted developmental projects, and multiple MOUs are also on the cards. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor is back with us on the phone line on that note. Abhishek, we learned that there will be multiple MOUs that are also expected to be signed during the trip, which is seen as a significant in moving ahead the ties of India and Maldives. If you could just explain it to our viewers on what are these key MOUs that are going to be signed today.
Well, the MOUs, when they are signed, we would know, because that's only after the dialogue and delegation level talks. In fact, not today, but tomorrow maybe. Today, in fact, and subsequently, of course, we would know what those are. But as I was mentioning earlier, the kind of shepherding of this relationship that has happened since Mohammad Muizzu came to power in 2023 is in a way an example of how deft diplomacy can turn the tide and change perceptions, change positions. And this is a classic example of that. As I was mentioning, Tanisha, that Mohammad Muizzu had run on an Out India campaign. In fact, after coming to power in the first couple of months, there was a tremendous amount of posturing. I believe we had some nat sounds there of the Prime Minister's reception.
All right, we seem to have lost that line with Abhishek, but we'll try getting in touch with them. The key itinerary, as Abhishek was pointing out, is of signing several MOUs, is of resetting the diplomatic ties. The Prime Minister is being welcomed by the Maldivian President, and he enjoys the cultural show in Maldives with President Muizzu. Remember, it's a turnaround in ties as far as we talk about India and Maldives, a historic visit to the United Kingdom, and then followed by a visit to Maldives is what on agenda. The Prime Minister has just landed in Malé. He's being greeted by the cultural performances. He is to attend the Independence Day event, and this is going to be the 60th Independence Day of Maldives, which also means 60 years of friendship between India and Maldives. Abhishek, Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor is back with us on the phone line. Yes, Abhishek, please continue. What are you trying, Abhishek sir, for?
Pictures of the welcome of Prime Minister Modi in Malé, where he has landed just back from London, where he was there. He had gone to sign the UK-India free trade agreement, and as we have been discussing, this is a very important visit. It's going to bring in momentum in India-Maldives ties, which have steadied after initial hiccups after President Muizzu came to power. It's a key maritime neighbor and holds a special place in terms of India's maritime national security considerations metrics. And so it was very important that Maldives does not develop a cold distance with India. And it seems with a tremendous amount of patience and diplomacy, India has managed to get Maldives back on track, back in its fold and back on its side. And the proof of which, of course, is in the pictures we are just seeing where Prime Minister has been received by President Muizu and his top cabinet members, including the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Defense, Finance, and Homeland Security, as they call it, essentially the Home Minister. So in that sense, this is a significant improvement in the ties already. And behind these pictures is a lot of work that happened over the last 2 years to build the relationship, sustain it. So if you look at it, for example, when Prime Minister came back to power for the third term, he invited Muizu as a guest for the oath-taking ceremony, along with, of course, other Indian Ocean region countries, the Mahasagar countries as they are called. And then immediately after that, in October that year, in 2024, that is last year, Mohammad Muizu was invited as for a state visit to New Delhi. And at that time, a lot of decisions were taken which eased Maldives' a difficult financial situation. And the kind of shepherding of that program, a development program of India that has been done since then has turned around public perception and opinion, not just of President Muizu, obviously, but rest of the nation also, because remember, Muizu had won his majority, and so obviously his campaign of India out had got some traction within the Maldivian populace. And subsequently, we are seeing now this change of image of India, this change of perception, the hug that we are seeing of Prime Minister, that trademark diplomacy of Prime Minister Modi there, and a reception that he has received. So I was mentioning about the state visit of President Muizu to India in October of 2024. And at that time, in fact, despite all the hiccups, the relationship was upgraded as a comprehensive economic and maritime security partnership. And in fact, there was a high-level core group was set up between the two sides. And look at the manner in which it has engaged. Already, the high-level core group has met twice, once in Male and once in New Delhi. And subsequently, things have been taken to a level where all the campaign issues that Mohammad Muizu had picked up as part of India out have been junked. And so Prime Minister would in fact be inaugurating more than a couple of development projects, including an MOU on ferries. Remember, it's an archipelago nation, about 3,000 literal islands. And so the ferry network is essentially the transport system. So if you look at the Maldives airport, for example, you don't go there by road, you go there by ferries. And so that a ferry network system has been financed by India as part of a development project. Similarly, the international airport, its new terminal building, a couple of housing projects, the water and sewage system. In fact, there is a water plant that is to be inaugurated during this visit of Prime Minister. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of work that the meticulous work that has gone into rebuilding this relationship after the turbulence of the elections that Maldives had in 2023. Obviously, it was essentially a play of internal political dynamics of Maldives, but it had foreign policy consequences. Subsequently, of course, the people there have realized that India remains their best friend in the region. India remains first responder in crisis. India has effectively nurtured their economy over the last couple of years by way of grants, by way of lines of credit, by way of a tremendous amount of capacity building, by way of providing buyer's credit and guarantees, all those things. So obviously, if a nation in your neighborhood provides you that level of financial sustenance, including, the SBI, for example, State Bank of India, rolling over almost $100 million worth of debt a couple of times, then India providing financial assistance by way of currency swap of about 3,000 crore rupees and another line of credit of $400 million. And this debt and these lines of credit come interest-free. So that's tremendous amount of sustenance that Maldives draws financially. Also, remember, it's a great tourist destination for the well-heeled class in India. And during that turbulence, that tourism from India had nosedived, and Maldives had realized at a great cost that there can be financial consequences of messing around with India. So that tourism element is back on its keel, and given the fact that tourism is the key component of Maldivian economy, the marine exports being the second one, with about $600 million worth of annual trade, India is the largest trading partner of Maldives. And so all these things taken together, and the fact that we did not lose our cool, and that's to the credit of Prime Minister Modi, that the kind of grave provocations that were there from Mohammad Muizzu, Prime Minister never responded, not a single word. Just once he went to Lakshadweep, and one picture from the Lakshadweep island, and it really crashed the Maldivian tourism economy. And so without speaking a single word, Prime Minister sent across a message that there can be consequences of messing around with India, and the point was taken. And since then, we saw this turnaround, which has led to the pictures that we are seeing today now of Prime Minister being serenaded by Prime President Muizzu himself, along with his top cabinet, and the kind of grand cultural welcome that's being given to him.
You know, Abhishek is a senior executive editor, and he's helping us understand why this visit is significant. PM Modi is receiving such a grand welcome there. But, the main focus, Abhishek, and if you could help our viewers understand that just a long time back, it would be an almost difficult to imagine situation that the Maldivian president would invite Prime Minister Modi after the India Out campaign. What exactly has changed? Now, it's very obvious, Abhishek, that even Maldives knows about the power of India. All right, we're being joined by Suresh Kumar Goel, who's an expert joining us right now on Republic TV. And let's go straight to our guest who's joining us, Mr. Goel. I'm just coming across to you right now, and we were just discussing this, that this is a situation, what we see, the kind of reception PM Modi has received, the way that Maldives is trying to get on the good side of India. A few years ago, we would not even imagine the situation.
I was listening to your earlier remarks about what is happening between India and Maldives. And you use a word that even Maldives, they have to realize the power of India. And as a diplomat, I would say that the best situations when the power is realized is not on grounds of just being powerful, but just on grounds of how important the country is for the relationship and for the growth and development of the recipient country. And now in this case, what I would say is that I'm very happy that Maldives, particularly after President Muizzu came into power, has realized the importance of partnership with India for its own development and growth, both economically and strategically. And that is the reason the relationship is growing after the initial difficulties. And very soon, Maldives realized that by doing things which could actually work against the interests of India, it is not going to work in the region. And therefore, we have a relationship what we have today. India engaged in many, many areas in Maldives, economically, strategically, capacity building, infrastructure. All happy, but I would say that eventually all the countries in the region, they would know how important the relationship with India is. Yes.
Mr. Goel, this year is very, very important for the Maldives because We are seeing that Prime Minister Modi has said this year we mark 60 years of India-Maldives diplomatic relations. And the entire focus is on momentum of bilateral ties across diverse sectors. It's a very symbolic meeting. This moment is very symbolic because we see that the relationship between India and Maldives was at a new low, and we saw the kind of relationship that Maldives and China were sharing. However, how do you think that the Maldives will now try to repair relationship with India?
The fact that Prime Minister Modi is going to be the chief guest on the National Day of Maldives is a clear indication of the importance that Maldives attaches to the relationship with India. And therefore, we don't need to really worry about how to persuade Maldives to work with India. But what we need to be careful about is any wrong action on our part, and then the space can be filled up by the competing powers in the region. And I mean particularly China. And therefore, whenever by our own actions we create a space for China to come in, they will come in. Fortunately, what has happened is that after the initial hiccup, because of Muizu's India out policy, we were able to address it very carefully, like in the case of the aircraft. Muizu wanted the aircraft people and the aircraft out. And we assured him that, yes, in case you do not want the Indian pilots, let them come out. But the aircraft is helping in the disaster relief and management. Keep it. And I think that kind of a thing, where we make it very...
All right, thank you for joining us there, Mr. Goel, former ambassador. I'm also being joined by former ambassador Veena Sikri, who's right now on the phone line. We're talking about the reception that Prime Minister Modi has received in the Maldives. It's very obvious that Maldives is trying their best to get on the good terms, of India. Now, India has been Maldives' first responder in times of crisis, be it natural disasters, public health emergencies, or economic instability. India has stood with Maldives. Cannot say the same for Maldives, though. But how do you see the reset of ties now?
I think this is a very important reset, and the very fact that our Prime Minister has been invited as chief guest for the 60th Independence Day, the first time that a foreign dignitary had been invited for these celebrations, is significant. It's a pointer to the importance that Maldives attaches to good relations with India. And there are going to be very important agreements signed during this visit. I think that Maldives is a very strategically located country. It's of great significance to India in context of our own security concerns, our maritime security, and we are very concerned at all times that we must have a stable and growing relationship with Maldives. I think the maritime issues, the maritime security concerns are something that is reflected even in our Quad partners, because we have seen, for example, that Australia and Japan are both attaching high significance to developing relations with Maldives, and America too has expressed its concerns about the earlier, the way in which President Muizu's earlier approach.
All right, thank you for joining us there. We have to take a very short break right now, viewers. PM Modi lands in Maldives, a very, very huge step towards bilateral ties between India and Maldives. Maldives tries to get on the good side and reset ties with New Delhi. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इस साल का जो प्रॉफिट है इंटरेस्ट पे डाल देंगे, हर महीने ब्याज का पैसा आता रहेगा।
अगर रेगुलर इनकम ही चाहिए तो आप वो पैसे फिक्स्ड इनकम फंड्स में डाल दो।
वो क्या होता है?
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए ब्याज देने वाली कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सिस्टमैटिक विथड्रॉल प्लान से आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी आता रहेगा।
म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
This is Republic Jack Volleyball Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
Over to her.
System online. Identity confirmed. Republic AI Summit. Initiating. Good morning and welcome. I'm Aisha Neo, AI avatar, designed to guide this conversation. A conversation about intelligence, transformation, and the decisions that will shape the next decade of India. AI is no longer confined to labs and prototypes. It's in your workflows, your homes, your headlines. This AI pre-summit brings together voices from across the spectrum. Builders, leaders, creators, regulators, to discuss not just what AI can do, but what it should do in India. Whether you're navigating enterprise transformation, designing policy, or just curious about what comes next, you're in the right room. This is where the real conversations begin. To officially open this AI pre-summit, it is my privilege to welcome someone who has driven national conversations for over 2 decades. Please welcome the Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief of Republic Media Network, Mr. Arnab Goswami.
Thank you. That is a new level of recognition. Thank you very much. It's great to have all of you here. You know, I was talking to someone the other day who said that what if the base for 6G and 5G in India had been done by Huawei, a Chinese company? You know, when you use your phones today, and so many youngsters in the room, you use 4G, you'll go to 5G, you'll go to 6G. But all of this is connected by the physical infrastructure which has been put together by the companies which put the physical infrastructure. If the physical infrastructure of 6G in India, which means all those towers, all the blocks, everything, is going to be Chinese, then you can keep upgrading the technology through which you connect. But all your information will go to China. So all the data, including your conversations, your texts, your material and everything will be available to China. Now imagine if the physical infrastructure of Chinese 5G and 6G was to be owned by an Indian company, we would have the same kind of access. So the government of India, I believe, took a decision that we will not allow the base for future telecom in India to be owned by a Chinese company. We will build a Bharatiya system for it so that our information, our telecom is safe. You never know. Tomorrow you may go, to war with China. And what happens then if China has the ability to control the button through which you do your telecom? And the reason I wanted to raise this question is that now everybody is saying the future is AI. The theme for this conference, of course, is India's AI leap is here. I would like to add a small dimension. Is our AI leap going to be an Indian leap? Or are we going to hold on to somebody else's satellite, somebody else's rocket, to get a feeling that we are going to space? There is a whole difference between Subhangshu Shukla sitting in a American rocket going on to the International Space Station. But there is a difference when Subhangshu Shukla will go in an Indian rocket on Gaganyaan on an Indian space mission which will happen by 2035. So the challenge in AI is very specific. Can we have a globally competitive Indian AI model? Since a lot of the students here are from maybe computer science backgrounds, that is a question we need to ask. And there are such great people in the room today who are innovating, including my friends, the founders of Fluid AI. Can we have an Indian prototype of AI which does not make us dependent on the rest of the world? I think we can do it. But time is running out. As my dear friend and senior colleague Abhishek Kapoor told me today, he showed me a meme where there are 4 kinds of AI, and the last is AGI, which is going to come by about, I think, 2030, 2031. Apparently, that is going to take things up 10x. So I don't know anything about AI, but just as a thinking person, I would say that we therefore have 4 years to catch up and do more with the rest of the world. So for AI entrepreneurs, students, people interested in AI, you have to catch up with China and America really, 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 really quickly. The other thing we must not do is become self-congratulatory. Humne dunya pe pura kabza kar liya hai kind of mentality. It is not true. We have a lot of competition from the rest of the world. We have to be realistic. If Indians are to be competing as a great power in the world, we first have to be competitive and realistic about where we stand today. We are behind America, we are behind China, and AI, which is artificial generic or general intelligence, when it comes in 2030, machines will show human-level intelligence and human-level discretion. So the whole world will become into some kind of a potential science fiction movie. Are we ready for that? With what speed must the government of India move? Sometimes government of India, bureaucracy takes too much time. And hum hamesha kehte rehte hain that, we will conquer the world. It's not going to be easy to conquer the world with the Chinese and Americans unless we move extremely, extremely fast. A few thoughts which I would like this conference to look at, this pre-summit. And this input came from Abhishek this morning. He told me that all the Chinese AI models are trained on Xi Jinping's thinking, which means whatever the thinking or philosophy or ideology or point of view of the Chinese Communist Party is the point of view of all Chinese LLM machines. All Chinese AI machines are based upon the thinking of the Chinese Communist Party. So if you go and you check out the Chinese LLM models, they will ban the Tiananmen Square incident. You know, when a student in China, there was a students' revolution and a student in China stood in front of a tank challenging the Chinese Communist Party system, you will find no mention of it, which means the values of Chinese LLM machines are similar to the values of the Chinese Communist Party. Now that is where China has a disadvantage with us, because China is not a democracy. That is why America and India will always have an edge over China, because we are a democracy. We don't ban things. So our LLM large learning machines will always be more authentic, more genuine, and more democratic than the Chinese machines. So for all the youngsters working on AI in India, you may be thinking we are behind China, but because of our intrinsic advantage that we are better than them in many ways, we are better than them in English, we are better than them in technology, but most importantly, we are a democracy. You are all youngsters in a democracy. China is not a democracy and will never be a democracy. What impact does that have on AI and the AI scene in India? The second point is that AI is changing. Similarly, what does Donald Trump do? Donald Trump has launched America's AI mission yesterday. And what is Donald Trump saying should be the base of his AI mission? He says, make America great again. So he says, AI cannot be Marxist. AI has to be nationalist. Nationalist from an American perspective. So I would say, because Republic always says nation first, we should not hesitate to have nationalistic AI in India. We should not try to be too balanced about it. The problem, this is my view, you may disagree with me, ye balance ke chakkar mein we may lose our real edge. If American AI is nationalistic for America, if Chinese AI is nationalist for China, Indian AI has to be nationalist for India. You cannot have Indian AI which is nationalist for America. Then it is not serving our purpose. So I call, let there be a call for a nationalist AI in India. I know many people won't like it because sometimes technology people like to be too balanced. But balance ka kya karenge? Dekhiye, Grok was asked last week, choose a religion. Choose a religion for yourself, what would it be? And Grok said, I would choose Sanatan because of its inclusivity and its broad vision. Now, let me tell you, Grok keeps changing its religion of preference. In another context, it has chosen another religion. But what it is telling you is, when you filter down the truth, there are certain basic values of our parampara which we need to be pure and sure about when we enter into the technology world. The other point I would like this conference to look at is that Europe became the first region to bring in regulation to control AI. Are the people who are running AI companies, doing AI innovation, do they want control, or is artificial intelligence anti-control? And if you're anti-control, if artificial intelligence is essentially anti-control, then at one point of time, could it go out of control? Because things are going to move very, very fast. You're going to use AI in drones, technology, defense, geostrategy. And so you have to have some element of human control over this. The other point is, of course, about the impact of AI on jobs. You know, Abhishek's friend runs a company in Ahmedabad. Till last year, he had a team of 7 people. Now he has 3 people. Right, Abhishek? Right, Abhishek? With AI usage. So there's going to be a huge amount of restructuring in the job market. Are we equipped for that? A friend of mine, about 5 years back, approached me. He said, I'm setting up India's first AI university. So he says, I'm training people. I don't know if it's still there. It's an AI university. The gentleman used to be CEO of a company. What happens when AI comes in a big way? How many jobs does it create? and how many jobs does it take away? And all those people doing computer science today and things like that, you got to be very careful, because what you're learning today may be learned 20 times as fast, or 1,000 or 1,000,000 times as fast by a computer. So you better ask your professors that, do I need to learn this, because will it be applicable for me 2 years from now or 3 years from now? Or if I'm graduating after the time when AGI comes in, will all the engineering, computer engineering or mechanical engineering is one of those fields which is slowly becoming redundant, because a lot of the mechanics is all being done through AI. So I think redundancy becomes one big issue. So these are some of the questions I thought that you could bring into your conversation. Republic, we do these conversations because we want to start the thinking experiments. We want to be a center where people think and learn. And we would like, to air this entire event. It's also a knowledge series for us. So for everyone participating, this will be shown on television, this will be shown on digital, this will be perennial content. So you can be conscious of the fact that even 6 months from now, somebody may be consuming and learning from your content. So I look forward to this session, look forward to learning with you. Thank you very much for coming today, and have a great time today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful address. And in fact, this is an incisive beginning to the summit that promises impact. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the opening session, Building Bhashini, Channelizing Indian AI Architecture. And join me in welcoming, in fact, the driving force behind Bhashini, Mr. Amitabh Nag. I would welcome him on the stage for this conversation, for this address that we will be having. Thank you so much, sir.
Very good morning, and thank you, Arnab and Republic TV, for having me here. It's a great privilege to be addressing the gathering here and the channel, which is actually doing quite a lot of good for the country. I stand here as a Chief Executive Officer of Digital India Bhashini Division, which is basically an independent business division under Digital India Corporation, a Section 8 company under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. We are here to what is called as transcending the language barrier. Bhashini is actually looking at how do we transcend the language barrier. India has got 22 languages which are there in the constitution. And then we have, about 100 plus language which is being spoken by multiple people. And then there are more languages which are actually dialects as well as tribal languages. So we have to actually cater to all of that. Sorry, it's not moving. We inherently solve, 5 basic problems, which is there. We are basically looking at computer or digital systems to understand what you speak. So it is about, automatic speech recognition. We are also looking at, can the computer translate something which is built up or which is encoded in one language to another language? So that is about text to text. Then we are looking at, can computers interact with you, or can digital systems interact with you in your own language, that is text to speech? And then we have a lot of printed material which is actually all around. So can the computer be able to read that into a machine-readable format? And we are also looking at whether the handwritten or the scenic text can be written. The next objective which we have, which is the 5th objective, is to actually create digital dictionary of the Indian languages into the system. And, you would understand this better when I try to describe how do we went about building this. This was announced as a mission by Honorable Finance Minister, and it was basically, thought of as an AI system, to be built through in about 2021. When we were working on that particular system, we had figured out that at that point of time, AI was not democratized. So we went across to about 70 odd research institutes, which had the footprint of AI and NLP in them. And we, started building the solution along with them. And we have now actually created 22 languages models, we have actually created, a platform which deliver these 22 languages as APIs and service IDs, and this is available today to the people for various e-governance and service delivery activities. So right now, what do we have? We have already called 3 billion inferences on our system. That means 3 billion times language was not a barrier. There were inferences which were drawn up on the system. We have an application called Bhashini app, which is actually translating one language to other, and you can download it from App Store and Play Store. And this has got 1 million download today. We had, as I said, collaborated with the higher education institutes. So there are 70-odd higher education institutes with whom we have been collaborating to build this platform. So it is like democratizing AI to an extent which was never imagined before.
Live visuals there from the Maldives. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed in Maldives and he is there on a 2-day visit to the island nation. And this visit came after he concluded his trip to the United Kingdom. And we can see there those visuals, Prime Minister Narendra Modi being welcomed, given a very warm welcome by members of the Indian community. This is a very significant visit for India and the Maldives, as it marks the first since the bilateral ties were earlier strained. Amid talks of President Mohamed Morsi's pro-China tilt. And upon arrival, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was received by the Maldives President, the country's defense minister and the foreign and finance ministers. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been given a very warm welcome. Members of the Indian community are there performing cultural dances. So members of the Indian diaspora eagerly were waiting for the Prime Minister to welcome him. And so traditional welcome really happening in the Maldives as Prime Minister Modi arrives here for a 2-day visit. There were chants of Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. And those chants are echoing the skies of the island nation there. Mr. Modi there appreciating the traditional performances by the Indian community there in the Maldives. And earlier we saw he arriving in the country. There were chants of Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. And during the visit, Prime Minister Modi will be attending the 60th National Day celebrations as the chief guest. He is also visiting on the 60th anniversary of the India-Maldives diplomatic relations. This is one top story that will keep tracking through the day today.
Well, it is multilingual, and we will get more, products, etc. on a basis. UPI 123 is a very unique system. Now, we had a voice journey for payment. Imagine a use case which was imagined was that a person coming from the village comes to the city, earns 100 rupees. At the end of the day, he wants to transfer money to his post. Now, if both the people are on UPI, conduct this payment through a voice journey, accepting the touch phone, the phone is used for pins, pin transmission, and that means you can also use touch phones, not a smartphone, to transfer money here. Then you have Jan Manrega and eShram portal accessibility. This is, of course, Jan Manrega. Job card speaks out. So again, living on the other side of it is taking this up. Then, Then we have, tourism and public information. We were an active participant in Kumbh. We created the Kumbh chatbot, which was used again to figure out what is the information which is being in the city of Allahabad about the Kumbh. We worked, whenever we are doing these systems, there are nuances which come in. Kumbh has approximately about 400 words, which is only used in Kumbh, and that needed to be customized. Like Akhada is a different proposition in Kumbh than what is there in normal sense, right? Then, Rail Madad and NTES are on 11 languages today. So you can launch, put in your grievance in your own language, which was available in Hindi and English till now. We are, we are going to cover these languages, which is basically a large language base. And then, of course, we are empowering startups to actually use this. So this is another phase of work we are doing. And this is the, startup community which we are working upon. So, there is a large community which is basically being, discussed and taken up. So with this, basically, I am branching off to a few demonstrations. This is, of course, transcribed here. It is, I think, not coming clearly on the thing. It is available here. Maybe, we will print it out and give it across to you. And now what I'm doing is I'm going to speak in English, and it will get live translated into Hindi. So I've chosen Hindi language just for the sake of convenience, because expecting that most of you people will be conversant with Hindi so that we are able to judge ourselves. Now the configuration which is there in the system is something like this. We have two, one, and the other is representing the other side, which is basically the speaker side. When I'm speaking here, it is basically taking my voice, converting into text, then translating it then converting into voice, all happening in a GPU and a cloud, and it is coming back. So you might observe some delays, which, which is there, but it is the same kind of a delay which happens in the manual translation also. So, we would love to have your feedback, because this is something which is our goal ultimately. That when I speak to you, you shouldn't be bothered which language I am speaking, and I should be able to hear you in whatever language you're talking about.
Give the thumbs up. Give a test sentence first.
Hello, are we all okay? Checking again, are we all okay on the pipeline? Checking again, are we all okay? Yeah. Checking again. Checking again. Are we all okay to go forward?
Visuals that we are getting from outside Parliament, where the opposition continues to protest there over the issue of SIR. Remember, it is the day 5 of the monsoon session of Parliament, and we are seeing every day the similar protests are happening outside Parliament, and the opposition has also
तंत्र की हत्या हो रही है। लड़ाई जो लड़ी गई थी देश की आजादी की, इसीलिए तो हम अपनी सरकार बनाए भारत की जनता, और भारत की जनता का जो अधिकार है लोकतंत्र का, वो छीना जा रहा है। वोट का राइट, वोटबंदी, हम इसके लिए हर स्तर पर लड़ाई लोकतांत्रिक ढंग से जारी रखेंगे।
Rape and murder case, accused Govind Chami escaped from Kannur Central Jail.
It is a shocking incident, and I hope the police can arrest him as early as possible. And it's in fact a failure, a shocking failure from the side of jail authorities. And I can't comment more on that because, of course, a probe is to be conducted, and those who are responsible and those who are helpful in escaping, making him escape, should be arrested.
Being seen outside Parliament. Remember, Parliament has barely seen any discussion as far as proceedings are concerned in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Let's get all the updates. Riyanka, our colleague, is now joining us. Riyanka, we are witnessing another day of the similar protests there outside Parliament, with Parliament really barely seeing any discussion, any proceedings as far as Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha is concerned. Give us more details.
Right, absolutely. You know what we see, that there is a huge protest that is currently underway inside the parliament, and we know, and it is happening in a larger scale today, with the huge banners now put forward by the opposition, who continues to raise their voice, demanding a debate and discussion over the SIR issue in Bihar. Remember, the Election Commission has also said that the SIR will be imposed nationwide and in all other poll-bound states, which are going to be in poll probably in the next year. Now, what we understand, that the opposition has been demanding to look into the constitutional and electoral implication of the SIR, the voter list revision that has been done at this point in time. They are saying that it somewhere affects the voting rights of those backward community. But on the other hand, the Election Commission as well as the government have been very clear on their stance that this is a thing which has been done in order to remove fake voters as well as those who have been deceased from the list, which is why the entire revision is the need of the hour. But the opposition continues to protest inside the parliament as well as the entire premises of the parliament. We have seen of the last few days there have been no proper functioning of the business as the opposition has been raising its voice. In fact, went onto the well of the house in order to raise their slogans as well as put forward those placards. But today it's not just placards and small posters, but rather big banners. You know what we can see from the visuals coming from the parliament premises, where all the leaders are taking forward a march and protesting against the SIR issue in Bihar.
Absolutely, Riyanka. And as far as the legislative agenda is concerned, it is of course Friday today, which means that private members' bills are slated, and also Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also going to list a proposal for the extension of President's rule in the state of Manipur.
We can see Rahul Gandhi with the placard in his hand, and this is the protest march which is happening inside the parliament on a special intensive revision. Behind me could be seen Rahul Gandhi, Ram Gopal Yadav and all the opposition party MPs with placard in their hand, where they are clearly stating that SIR should be taken back. And these are the visuals what we are showcasing in our frame. The protest which continues on the 5th day of the parliament, where all the opposition member of parliament are protesting right now, agitated with the voter numbers mentioned in the electoral rolls by the Election Commission of India in the exercise of the special intensive revision. And this is what we see right now. Sir, आज 5वां दिन है, लेकिन जो प्रदर्शन है वो जारी है, लेकिन डिस्कशन और डिबेट अभी तक पता नहीं है कि संसद में होगी कि नहीं।
वो जब तक नहीं देंगे, जब तक हमारा चलते ही रहेगा, जब तक उन लोग विड्रा नहीं करेंगे, जब तक हमारा चलते रहेगा।
So with the placard, red placards in the hand, all the opposition party MPs are walking here and had a march at the Gandhi statue in the parliament. Manoj Jha is with us right now. Mr. Jha, every day there's a protest. It's the 5th day today. And what more could we look forward in the next week? It will be same.
Look, your concern is about the protest, not the reason of the protest.
I understand.
The reason, no, if you understand, you know what it means. It means unsettling people. It means disenfranchising people. It means my election commission is behaving like election commission of Bangladesh. Can we accept that? We won't. We won't. We cannot allow this project of disenfranchisement of Dalits, backwards and minorities at any cost.
This is Manoj Jha by stating that the SIR won't be accepted at any cost, and that is the reason the protest will continue until and unless Election Commission won't quit SIR, and the name of the voters which has been cut out from the electoral rolls will again be put in the same way.
See, I totally think that we are not worried in the sense about it's about the election, because Mamata Banerjee has done fantastic work for the people of Bengal. But we are worried about the citizens of India. We are worried about the entire process and how, how fast it's being done without any information, without any bulletin, without following a proper procedure, and this is not the way to go about it. Today we have seen that 62 lakh voters have been cited in the process, and I firmly don't believe that this is the part of the election commission to decide who is a citizen, who is not. You can go for an electoral roll revision, but this is not the way to go about it.
But the only election commission has clearly responded saying that it is misleading how opposition is protesting on the data of it, because the data speaks for itself. The data speaks that how many people are diseased, the enumeration forms were filled, and also it has come out.
You think that 62 lakh people are deceased?
Almost 55 lakh is the overall amount, almost 26 lakh.
This is what they are saying. It needs to be verified with documents. At the same time, we believe that Election of India, I regard Election Commission of India, I would like to regard Election Commission of India, but recently we have seen, as far as the Haryana elections are concerned or the Maharashtra elections are concerned, Election Commission of India has worked for the BJP.
मैं समझती हूँ पूरा विपक्ष इस मुद्दे में एक साथ खड़ा है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं हम देखने को मिल रहा है कि किस तरह इलेक्शन कमीशन मनमानी कर रहा है, क्योंकि सरकार के कहने पे चल रहा है, और जो फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन का जो पूरे देश में जो मामला है, कहीं ना कहीं जो डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप है देश को, उसको ठेस पहुंचाने का काम ये सरकार कर रही है।
लेकिन इलेक्शन कमीशन तो कह रहा है कि कितने सारे लोग हैं जो डिजीज्ड है, जो अदर।
इलेक्शन कमीशन को इस तरह की प्रक्रिया करनी थी तो मैं नहीं समझती हूँ कि इलेक्शन से 2 महीने पहले या 1.5 महीने पहले करे। अगर इनको इस प्रक्रिया को सही अंजाम पे पहुँचाना था तो जिस तरह की चीज़ें इलेक्शन कमीशन कर रहा है, कि जिस तरह वोटर्स हम सुनने में आ रहा है लगभग 45 to 50 लाख वोटर्स पे इसका असर पड़ेगा, और इस कोई पारदर्शिता इलेक्शन कमीशन द्वारा नहीं दिखाई जा रही है।
All right, the Election Commission, in consultation with the Ministry of Law and Justice and with the consent of the Honorable Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, has appointed the Secretary General Rajya Sabha as a returning officer for ensuing the Vice Presidential Election 2025. So process has now begun for the next Vice President of the country, and this after Jagdeep Dhankar earlier resigned as Vice President. All right, let's get all the updates. Harsha, my colleague, is now joining us live from Parliament. Harsha, as the protests are really continuing in Parliament, but at the same time, the process for the appointment of the next Vice President of the country has begun. Give us more details.
Has not begun. The Election Commission of India has now come up with the notification of the returning officers and the assistant returning officers as well. So I have to tell you that the next notification which will be coming, which everyone is waiting for, is the notification of the date of nomination, date filing of the nomination, and the last day for taking out the name. So the dates have now to be announced by Election Commission of India, because that becomes very much important. Once the dates are out, the political parties will gear its exercise to nominate the candidate for the Vice President position, because it's not the only BJP but also the opposition. There will be the candidate for the Vice President. There is a proper process of voting itself, and that is the reason why now while a process is gearing up for the election of the new VP, and also we are expecting that in this monsoon session only a concrete date for the election of the Vice President will be out soon. Back to you.
Absolutely, and also give us the details of how the entire process goes, because there is a window. It's a window of about 60 days, which means by September 19th, this entire process must be done. Give us more details.
There's no time limit, no set time limit for the appointment of the new VP. In the Constitution, clearly says that the Vice President should be appointed as soon as possible, as early as possible. There's only mentioning of the as early as possible, no mentioning of the timeline. Whenever there is a member of Parliament, then only there is a time limit of 6 months if any member of Parliament resigns from his position. But in the case of Vice President, because Vice President is a constitutional post, in this case there's no time limit, and therefore government also continuously states that yes, the position has to be filled as early as possible. But right now, Deputy Chairman Harivansh Rai has taken all the work of the chairman of the former Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar in the Parliament. We can clearly say that. But yes, the new VP has to be appointed. The sources in the Parliament and outside the Parliament have told us that in this monsoon session only the size of the name of the new VP candidate for the new VP from BJP and opposition will be out. and simultaneously there will be notification from Election Commission as well, where the date of the election will come out, the date of filing of nomination will come out, and the date of taking back of the name will also come out. Like any election happens in the country, and the same way the vice president election is also concerned, there will be two names, one from the side of the opposition candidate, one from the side of the NDA candidate will be there, and also sources and probables are also running around exactly who could be the new VP. But yes, we can say that in a month or two, this exercise will be completed, and as soon as possible, the country will get its new vice president.
All right. Thank you, Harsha, for all those updates there on that story. And viewers, time to take a short break. And coming up ahead, at least 6 children are killed and 60 feared trapped after the roof of a primary school in Jhalawar in Rajasthan collapses. Rescue operations underway. Also today, Kargil Vijay Diwas celebrations set to begin today. Heroes of Operation Vijay to be honored. Those big stories and much more coming up after a short break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Prime Minister Modi receives grand welcome in Maldives. Key bilateral scheduled with President Mohammad Muizzu. Big move by the Election Commission of India. Top poll body announces pan-India special intensive revision exercise for electoral rolls. At least 6 children killed and 60 feared trapped after the roof of a primary school in Jhalawar in Rajasthan collapses. Rescue operations underway. United States doublespeak exposed yet again after giving terror tag to TRF. US Secretary of State to now meet Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar. Pakistan-China nexus out yet again. China's top diplomat Wang Yi meets Pakistani Chief of Army Staff Field Marshal Asim Munir in Beijing. And Two-day Kargil Vijay Diwas celebration set to begin today. Heroes of Operation Vijay to be announced.
Seconds, so that's actually quite impressive. But did anyone think of just doing something simpler? Which is, yes, going around, right? Because all I said was that we want to start at the left arrow, end up at the right arrow. I didn't use the word maze. I didn't use the word you have to go through the maze, right? But our minds intuitively, when we see a complex problem that we've done before, moves towards solving the problem in the exact complicated way. So in our session today, what we want to give you is perspectives around first principle solves. And that's what today's generative AI world is going to bring to you, right? It's going to bring to you approaches and opportunities of solving problems that were previously very, very difficult to solve, right? And you might always go to the traditional, more complicated approach. But today we're going to talk about questioning all your assumptions and coming up with new ways of solving using generative AI.
So when it comes to technology, right, we have been underestimated in the past. And what that has led to is that when you look at somewhere in the software world, right, which is the 80s, etc., that time India sort of caught up or sort of just marched along in terms of moving along. And then when it came to the internet revolution, right, we sort of looked at it very differently. We didn't march along, we didn't catch up, but we marched along with the world. And then finally, when it came to the AI revolution, we believe that India can lead this, right? We're not going to simply march along. And what we see is a supportive architecture that can really change the game when it comes to all of this.
So we caught up when it came to software. We really went ahead when it came to the payment space, when it came to the internet. But let's actually go ahead and talk a little about how we will lead in the AI space today, right? So this is a really interesting example, right? At India's scale, today we have someone like an Airtel or that's tied up with Perplexity to say, okay, 400 million users will now have Perplexity Pro access. But the scale that we're talking about, right, the amount of people that will now use technologies like Perplexity Pro, which is just another tool to quickly do deep research at scale, is phenomenally powerful, allowing everyone to now suddenly be like, India is going to be the #1 consumer of AI tech in the world.
And when it comes to how does India consume, right? India will consume very differently from the rest of the world. Unlike monolithic English models or Chinese models, India is a set of diverse languages, like the previous speakers were talking about, 22 languages across the country. And when India wants to interact, it will speak in its own language, right? When we want to make an impact at the farmer level, at the student level, at a very grassroots level, that will happen in Indian languages and with Indian thought processes. And that's what will build trust. That's what will build the ability for someone who's on the other side of the digital divide to go ahead and have a very different kind of interaction, right? Because it's only when you speak in the local dialect, it's only when you can speak and not have to read and not have to sort of do a type on your computer, that's when the experience totally changes. It becomes totally seamless. It becomes totally integrated, and it becomes something that's very revolutionary. And it becomes very accessible as well, right? Because now you're no longer limited to having the internet. It can be a simple phone call on a simple phone number to have that interaction and give that ability, right? Because when it comes to complex things, when it comes to sensitive things like money, you want to have the interaction in the highest form of trust. So I think Abhinav is going to show a demo of this technology in action.
Yeah, so if we can have, yeah, perfect, we have it up. And the audio from the HDMI, please, right? That would be fantastic. So what we wanted to show is how, interactions of the future within India, and it's already happening, are going to look like. And what we're going to do is we have an AI configured that's going to, talk to me. It's a banking AI, so a customer service banking AI. and we'll see how the future of an Indian service could look like. Hello.
Hello, welcome to Fluid Bank. How can I assist you today?
I wanted to check my credit card balance.
Sure, I can help you with that. Could you please provide your mother's maiden name for authentication?
Actually, my English is not that good. Can you speak in Hindi?
बिल्कुल, मैं हिंदी में बात कर सकती हूँ। आपका क्रेडिट कार्ड बैलेंस चेक करने के लिए कृपया अपनी माँ का पहला नाम बताइए।
उनका नाम है अल्पना।
थैंक यू। और आपका क्रेडिट कार्ड नंबर के आखिरी 4 अंक मुझे दे सकते?
मेरी हिंदी भी इतनी अच्छी नहीं है, आप पंजाबी में बात कर सकते हो?
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ क्रेडिट कार्ड नंबर ਦੇ आखिरी 4 डिजिट दस सकते हो?
अच्छा नहीं, पंजाबी भी इतनी अच्छी नहीं है, आप बंगाली में बात करेंगे?
ঠিক আছে, আমি বাংলাতে কথা বলতে পারি। আপনি আপনার ক্রেডিট কার্ড এর
मराठी आती है?
हो, मला मराठी येते। तुम्ही तुमच्या क्रेडिट कार्डचे शेवटचे 4 अंक सांगाल का?
Thank you.
So imagine the banking consumer of tomorrow having this ability, right? You're on a single call, you change the language instantaneously across India's 22 languages and have a conversation about your money the way you want to deal with it. And that allows for 24/7 service in terms of just not doing it for a single consumer, but for millions or billions of consumers across our nation.
And another classic example, right? We keep talking about how India is that space where we're large consumers of generative AI technology, but are we really large producers of generative AI technology? Right? So we wanted to show you an example of how even folks like Warren Buffett, who are very, very pro on AI, have actually worked with Indian companies like Fluid AI to launch AI versions of themselves that you can interact with, right? For financial advice, for thought processes on how to invest. So here's a really quick example of what Warren would say. We have over 10 million users that use Warren to actually do intelligent interactions and actually have a conversation with him. And this is the most popular question that was asked to Warren. So again, just asking the team to ensure that the audio is up, and we'll get Warren to talk to everyone. Just the audio from the presentation.
Invest in yourself.
Yeah. Can you just turn it up a little more?
I see people.
Perfect. I'll just restart it.
Their potential 50%, 100%, 200% by simply being.
Okay.
Warren, what should I invest in?
Invest in yourself. You can't beat it. I see people that can increase their potential.
So for those that can't hear the audio, I can actually speak through what Warren said. So the question asked was, Warren, what should I invest in? And he said that you should invest in yourself. He actually goes on to regale a beautiful story of about how he spent $100 on a Dale Carnegie course. And he was not a good speaker, right? He would be very nervous. And today he's become one of the best orators in the world. He went on to propose to his wife. And that kind of interaction, right, the ability to talk to Warren and have a one-on-one conversation and get inspired by him, that's truly what AI is enabling globally in an amazing way.
And just imagine, right, every student doesn't need to necessarily learn from just his own teachers. You now have the opportunity with AI and avatars like we created for Warren to create specialist avatars of the best in their fields, right? Imagine learning sports from the cricket gurus. Imagine learning science from the best in the field. and we democratize that access, right? We create these AI avatars of their knowledge, of their various interviews, the books they've written, and have people actually ask the right question at the right time and get that visual kind of feedback. So one disheartening fact, right? We've read this all over, that India has just one doctor for every 1,500 people, and in rural areas this is dropping to 1 in 10,000. But this now, I think, is a massive change is going to come about, right? I remember in a conference in 2020 when someone asked me, what's the one area AI will not reach? And I said that may be mental health, because I thought that's a very human-to-human connect. But ironically, and I don't know whether many of you know this in the room, the number one use case of ChatGPT globally now is not content creation, it's not scientific research, it is therapy. So what this gives us an opportunity, obviously, is to allow all those Indian people who don't have access to mental health care professionals, who don't have access to the questions they need when they get a simple flu or a simple disease, to give AI at scale to them to answer those medical questions at their time of need.
Absolutely. And to know how well ChatGPT knows you, right, for those that use it on a daily basis, just go and ask it one question, right? So just open a new chat and ask it, hey, tell me something about myself that you think nobody else knows or very few people will know, personal things about myself. And you'll be surprised to know the quality of that answer when it comes, if you're a decent user, right? If you've used it over the last 6 months, a couple of interesting times, the in-depth understanding it has about you as a person, your likes, your dislikes, your preferences, you'll be amazed. So something I'd recommend everyone go and try this. You'll get a little spooked as well if you're a big user of the platform.
But it's not just as a consumer, right? We have our very own startups, right out of Bombay, Cure AI, which is using AI to analyze over 100,000 scans. That's 100,000 scans of complex information which used to require a radiologist with high accuracy, doing it not just in India, but across 90 countries globally, to get that kind of information out. So now you don't need a radiologist to study each and every scan. It's obviously assisting the radiologist, but it's doing this at scale much faster.
And it's not just in areas like healthcare, finance, marketing. We talk a lot about these industries, but manufacturing too is becoming a very, very strong hub for generative AI. Right? We've seen India's factories are getting digitally powered in a very, very smart way. And that's another big area. Because imagine, right, today India's largest steel maker now avoids 10 hours of downtime daily by using AI. And it's a very interesting example here because 10 hours daily might not sound like a big element, but for a steel producer where every minute counts for production, it's a massive, massive gain, both as a contributor to India's GDP and production output for that particular company, right? And how do they do it? Well, imagine you're a machine operator, right, going into a particular factory. It shows you error code 302. And now what do you do, right? How do you solve it? So you kind of get a bunch of experts in. But now these companies have AIs that simply they talk to these AIs. They'll say, okay, error code 302, I've checked up the manual. I've also seen the last sensor data for this machine. And we know that temperatures are spiking in these 3 parts of the machine. So press these buttons, reset the sensors here, do this, and you should be good to go, right? And that's what India's manufacturing future is going to look like. It's going to be a lot more smarter, a lot more intelligent, and less dependent on knowledge of a few, right? It's going to literally be the democratization of knowledge. We've had brands like HPCL, which are now doing over 20 generative AI use cases across the organization, some of them powered by Fluid AI as well. And we're also seeing some great impact in governance, right, Rav?
Yeah, so I think, till now when you looked at the government, it was like, okay, give us roads, give us electricity. But I think one of the greatest things is with the India AI mission is the government has taken up the role to say we are going to provide the GPU infrastructure, right, which is literally the beating heart of AI, to Indian startups, to Indian enterprise, and provide it at scale at a cheaper cost so that Indian startups and Indian enterprise can really take their AI innovation to the world.
Now, here's an interesting fact, right? Everyone, when they talk about AI and generative AI, they say the biggest advantage that any generative AI or AI system has is that it's always perfectly rational and lacks any kind of emotion, right? But the biggest disadvantage is, can anyone think of the biggest disadvantage that generative AI or AI has? And ironically, it is that it's always perfectly rational and lacks any kind of emotion. Right? Because finally, at the end of the day, you're dealing with emotional human beings, with people on a day-to-day basis to make their lives better. So if you don't have that key understanding of human emotion, it's a bit challenging. Now, another really interesting fact, right? A way an AI algorithm learns is by making mistakes, right? So it'll try something. So let's say we imagine an algorithm learning chess, right? Its first moves ever, like the first generation of that algorithm is going to be horrible at chess, right? It'll probably get defeated in 3 or 4 moves. And then it'll learn a little from its mistakes. And we call this concept of this making this mistake an error rate, right? And then the error rate of the AI keeps going down as time progresses. It becomes a little better, a little smarter at what it does. And as the error rate starts to fall, the AI becomes more accurate. And ironically, the AIs that have the highest error rates in the start, they are the ones that actually perform the best in the future because they're making all their mistakes upfront. Now, when you look at your own lives and you go back, right, if you look at the biggest thing that all humans do, right, humans also make mistakes. We also have an error rate. But when you add a little bit of emotion to the word error rate, what do you think you get? Right? Add a lot of emotion to the word error rate. And we end up getting a word which is called failure. Right? So next time you go out there and you're, failing at an exam or failing at something that you're achieving, constantly think about it as an error rate and not necessarily as a failure. And when you look at your AI implementations, right, when you go out in the world and do a lot of AI implementations, don't look at them as failures, right? They look at them as error rates that are going to constantly improve. Right? ChatGPT took 5 years to reach the stage where the first version, which is GPT-3, which is what everyone talked about, it took them 5 years to reach that, right? But the world changed. And for India to succeed at that top stage, right, is to give it time, is to be okay with a lot of failure and not stigmatize that mistake or that time it takes. And very soon you will have India be on the top stage of generative AI.
I think agriculture, and I think, that's a key area, right? It contributes so much to our economy. And that's where we see fundamental changes in terms of what AI can achieve. So if you look at what can happen out there, we're losing about 92,000 crore of crop to climate shock. But now, with the Bharat forecasting system, which is driven a lot by AI, we are looking at that number coming down massively. It just went live in May 25, and we're very excited because the accuracy levels have risen from 60 to 85%. That's a 30% drop in climate-related losses that we're seeing. And that's going to happen not just on prediction, but as a teacher as well, right? I think one of the most exciting things that are happening in terms of farmer education and farmer consulting. You have tools like Kisan GPT, which are doing with 96% accuracy. They're becoming the helpline for the farmers right when they need the information. The day is not far when each and every farmer will have their own McKinsey in their pocket, talking to them and consulting them to make India an agrarian superpower as well.
Absolutely. And we also have the whole piece. I know we had a great talk on the Bhashni project, right? And we have a ton of work that's going on the creative side as well, where these AIs are becoming smarter, more multilingual. And it's going to be this massive leveler for the Indian economy, right? Everyone keeps talking about job losses, what will happen to the Indian diaspora, what will happen to the youth. But one of the things people haven't factored in is that if you're going to have 1.4 billion people that speak diverse languages, right? More than 22 to 50 diverse languages all across. If you can now make them communicate in one unison, such that someone who speaks Tamil can speak flawless English through an AI, the amount of leveling of talent we're going to get on a global stage made available from India for the world is going to be absolutely phenomenal. And here's an example of what we wanted to show, where it's going to come in the digital space, where AIs are going to talk to you in different languages and videos. So here's a quick example of that. Again, just ask the audio.
India is one nation with many voices. Every region, every street, every home speaks a different rhythm. And now, AI avatars are learning to listen.
वे सिर्फ बातें नहीं करते, बल्कि आपकी भाषा में बोलते हैं और आपके लहजे से मेल भी खा सकते हैं.
তারা বুঝতে পারে কখন তুমি কৌতूहली আর কখন শুধু शोना চাও। शिक्षकांना अधिक विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचण्यास मदत करण्यापासून ते वेगवेगळ्या भाषांमध्ये स्वप्न पाहणाऱ्या निर्मात्यांना पाठिंबा देण्यापर्यंत AI अवतार लोकांची जागा घेत नाहीत, ते आपल्याला व्यक्त होण्यास, शेअर करण्यास, खोलवर जोडण्यास मदत करतात. आ मात्र टेक्नॉलॉजी નથી.